our special meeting from March the 5th. And since this is a continued, we will do the roll call quickly.
Mr. Trady?
Here, ma'am.
Mr. Honeman? Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Honored to be here.
Mr. Hall?
Here.
Ms. Johnston? Mr. Starr?
Here.
Mr. Trombley? Mr. Ostrander? Mr. Flynn? Mr. Birch? Ms. Kraska?
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I want to go real quickly. This is our final night of testimony, so I'm going to try to move this as quickly as we can. We've got a number of people left to be heard, so please understand that if I cut you off pretty quickly after 3 minutes, it's strictly because I really want to get as many people through here as I possibly can this evening. And if the audience will help me in regards to that, into holding applause, etc., we'll be able to move through more people. And I have in the queue Ms. Johnston.
I just wanted to take a moment of personal privilege this evening. Last night, as I was headed home, I had two drivers of two trucks that tried to intimidate me on the O'Malley exit off from the Seward Highway. And as they were getting into my space, I happened to be listening to retired Justice Sandra O'Connor on the radio, who had just been asked if she ever felt pressure from the emotional appeals in court. And she was offended by the question, because she said that when she did judicial responses, she did it on merit and the law. I thought it was timely to be hearing that, as these two drivers were very much trying to get into my space and were trying to bully me. And I want you to know that all of you sitting out here tonight and the people that were here the last 2 evenings of these hearings, I have a lot of respect for you. And I respect what you're here to say, and I respect the time you're taking. I do not respect bullies. Thank you.
Mr. Training?
Mr. Chairman, if I heard you right, you're giving notice that you're going to end public testimony even if there are people here waiting to testify. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct, Mr. Training.
We've never done that before in the history of the Assembly, because last time when 64 was an issue, Debbie took every single person, no matter how many nights it took to testify. I want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly, that you're going to abrogate their testimony.
You are hearing me correctly, Mr. Trainee, and I will ask Mr. Wheeler for an opinion on this.
Through the chair, Assembly members, we have been asked to look at that very question, and based on the research that we have, there is no reason the Assembly cannot conclude the testimony at a time certain after a reasonable opportunity to be heard. It's my expectation that you're going to have heard at least 15 hours of testimony by the end of tonight. And under the standards that we've looked at, that's a reasonable opportunity. In addition to the fact that anybody who is not able to testify or anybody who has testified already may submit written comments to the Assembly at any time.
Can I go through Mr. Chairman, can I talk to Mr. Wheeler?
You can, Mr. Trainee, but what I'd like to point out is we're taking time away from these ladies and gentlemen that have showed up to testify.
Through the chair to Mr. Wheeler, do you have a written opinion to that effect, citing case law or citing historical precedent for the Anchorage Assembly to justify that opinion? I'd like to read it.
We'll have that for the Assembly by the end of the night.
So the answer is no. I want it by the end of the night. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and not to take up time away from our great employees, but in the code it's real clear when we're having debate that debate can go on for 1 hour, and then the Assembly can continue that debate with a supermajority vote. There's nothing, absolutely nothing in the code that tells us when to cut off public hearing from the people in our community who want to be heard. So, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I'm very disturbed to hear this. It is not fair, and I hope you change your mind as we move on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Sir, you're up.
Did we want to do the pledge and the obligatory things?
No, we did the pledge last night. This is a continued meeting, so we're moving straight into testimony.
All right. Sounds like we got someone dialing in.
It's just one of the Assembly members joining us from someplace.
Okay. Assembly, Chairman Hall. Mayor Sullivan, thank you for listening to my testimony. My name is Robbie Soares, S-O-A-R-E-S is my last name. I am a proud member of the IBW and a proud employee of Municipal Light and Power. My group has a very explicit function of maintaining hundreds of millions of dollars in rotating equipment and facilities inside the fence, as we call it. All of the generating assets of MLP, I'm responsible for. You could say I am responsible, or my coworkers, for that $30,000 bill you heard about. Because I was on vacation. A day I took off for a couple weeks with my family, and it cost, for 1 week, for GE to be there, $30,000. We have saved the utility numerous amounts of dollars. I can't even enumerate the number of times we have responded in the middle of the night to make sure that your lights are on, that for every citizen of Anchorage, because if people don't understand that CEA and MLP are tied together, so if one place fails, the other one picks up the load. And we work pretty well like that. But with this ordinance and its overtime provisions, there's not going to be a lot of times that you're going to call me in the middle of the night anymore, and I'm going to feel real compelled. Yeah, I work a bunch of hours to try and shorten the times we have equipment out for maintenance. And my crew, and I got a total of, 19 guys, they're going, why are we working 70 hours a week during the summer, during hunting season, and giving this up? So that we can make sure, come winter time, that all your lights are on, and all these folks' lights are on for the safety of the public, and so that everybody's comfortable and nobody notices a hiccup. When was the last time your lights went out? Maybe during the storm in September. Thankfully, I wasn't here, but I went through my own storm where we were at. But there's a reason I'm here. There's a reason I work for the municipality, and I enjoy the work I do. These folks right here, my wife, my daughter, my son, that's why I go to work every day. And that's why all of you have done what you do. And just one moment, if you will indulge me. The benefits that I receive will be eroded, and the pay eroded through this particular ordinance. And what this young lady is going to tell you in a minute is going to knock your socks off.
Thank you, Ronnie.
It's Robbie, R-O-B-B-I-E.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Cassandra Soares, S-O-A-R-E-S. I'm here to talk to you about AO 37. AO 37 says it will cut down pay and insurance. Well, let me tell you what this will do to my family. Just over a year ago, I was diagnosed with chronic myelogenous leukemia. This is a cancer. This cancer is treatable, but it's not curable. It's treatable with a pill called Gleevec. For 1 month's supply of 400 milligrams, this costs $7,520. With insurance, it costs $35. But if you cut down on the insurance and the pay, my family will have to sell the house, get rid of our dog, just so we can pay the bills, get my meds, just so I can live. My mom would have to get a second job. I would have to try to find a job, also try to take care of my brother. I would also have to try to find a way to get to my job, keep good grades while working, and have to find a way to get to doctor's appointments if mom's busy or dad's working. This is a lot for a 14-year-old to juggle, and I would miss out on just being a kid. AO 37 would change my life, and not in a good way.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Martin Arias. I work for street maintenance. I'm a proud member of Local 302 Operating Engineers. And I just need to make sure you all realize how efficient and professional street maintenance is with our snow removal, how much time we take and the knowledge it takes for us to take care of the city. A lot of times we, in our subdivisions and our plow crews, we know where the handicapped people stay. We move the snow to accommodate a lot of people, elderly, handicapped, zero lot lines. A lot of knowledge this takes and experience that's built on over decades and being passed down. While we're plowing, there's all these hidden dangers in the streets, high manholes, high utilities, curbs, basins, a lot of obstructions for us to hurt our equipment and ourselves. Our production is pretty much unparalleled. We move ungodly amounts of snow in very timely, professional, all kinds of weather. Our expertise, for example, in like the Ferrandi, who else is going to do this kind of work? Our techniques have been passed down over the years. We're very efficient. We know what we're doing. I don't believe anybody else can do the job that we're doing in street maintenance. We work in all sorts of weather conditions. The ice storms that come, we're out there in the traffic at risk. At any time, things can go bad for us, and oftentimes do. It's cold. We're out there sometimes out of our machines dealing with frozen drain systems. The windstorms that are, I guess there's some coming tomorrow. When the windstorms comes, we're out there also in danger, trying to buck up all these trees that are falling, and actually trees falling around us sometimes as we're working in these harsh conditions. We're on call. We work at the whims of the weather. Like in holiday seasons, Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's, all throughout the season, we miss so many times with our families. It's our duty to come out and plow the streets of Anchorage, making sure people can get to work, the firefighters can get to respond to their needs, APD, and we miss so many times with our families, so we do give a lot of ourselves to maintain the city. As we know, breakup season is right around the corner, and that's another issue that we deal with. And there's thousands and thousands of drain systems and all these structures throughout the city. We know precisely a lot of times where the problems lay. So we got to go and unspeakably dirty water freeze up these systems. And that puts us at risk with all kinds of contaminants in the water.
Sir.
Again, okay, I'll finish. We support APD, fire department, and their mission. We're there for them all the time. And I just want to let you guys know, we are not just numbers on the bottom line. We are dedicated people serving our community. So I hope you really consider what you're trying to do with this 37 and go back to our bargaining like with honor as we try to do the same back to you guys.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening to you. My name is Landis Irwin. I'm here to condemn the amendments to Municipal Code 37. First off, I encourage any mayor to do his or her utmost to balance the city's budget and relieve the community members of an unnecessary financial burden, all the while making the city a wonderful place to live, work, play, and raise a family. I've worked my fingers to the bone and have the battle wounds to prove it. I pay my taxes and I pay my utility bills. I've never been a freeloader and never will be. I'm a skilled tradesman, and I have a decent life because of the skills and knowledge I have acquired throughout my career. I know how much money I'm worth, and I have a hard time working for anything less. As a matter of fact, I refuse to work for anything less. For good, talented workers, there will always be greener grass somewhere else. I've witnessed and worked alongside tradesmen that don't have the qualifications I have or professionalism, and I know very well that you get what you pay for. And most of the time, you end up paying more for the cheaper worker in the long run. If I was the mayor, I think I would exhaust myself daily with the never-ending task of being creative. I would use what ingenuity I have available to develop ways in which our city could gain in wealth in order to afford skilled, happy, educated, capable, tax-paying city employees to handle the cleaning and care of our city. Employees that take pride in their city and go the extra mile for the city they hold dear. Our municipal employees don't go the extra mile because they're going to get a bonus after the job's complete. They don't go the extra mile because they have a boss they're trying to please, and they don't go the extra mile because their jobs are being threatened. They go the extra mile because they're proud of the city they live in and want to remain that way. They understand that if they do a good job and put pride into their work, every one of us citizens benefits from it. That is the extra mile that we receive from every proud municipal worker for free. You privatize this work and nothing will be done for free. If you want an extra mile, you'll have to pay for it. I'm angered at the mayor for having no vision and no ingenuity. He has wasted too much of our time and money concerning himself with these amendment changes, and quite honestly, I find his actions quite devious in nature. Your assembly chambers should not be a place where democracy dies. I asked you, Assembly members, to take a stand for all workers. I asked you, Assembly members, to reconcile with these municipal workers and prove to us you aren't just going to accept and blindly follow the mayor's legislation. Prove to us that you have concerns about his direction. I will finish up. Prove to us that you are the leaders we elected and that you have the courtesy to listen to our constituents. Prove to us that you're worth re-electing. These workers have bargained in good faith, and that is all that is asked of the mayor. Municipal Code 3.70 has worked well and has kept labor relations in this community fair and responsible. These sporadic amendments to the ordinance have clearly revealed the mayor's true intentions, the breaking down and degradation of a union's worth and power. Please know this, no private contractor is going to do the job for cheaper and provide the same quality. No private contractor is going to undergo the work without a contract. Privatization will only lead to a few prospering and the many barely just getting by. I've heard time and time again by local radio talk hosts and by the mayor that a raise in wages by the municipal workers only amounts to them stealing money from the taxpayers.
Landis.
This, once again, is just another political ploy to damage the image of a public sector worker. I'm just about done. So in conclusion, I ask you, if the mayor and some of you pass this smug legislation, when can the citizens within the municipality of Anchorage expect to see their utility bills decrease? And when can these citizens within the municipality of Anchorage expect to see their taxes decrease, all the while receiving the same care and quality that these municipal workers provide now? Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, every 15 seconds you chew up, you're taken from these people. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, Chairman Hall, Assembly members, Mayor, staff. My name is Patricia Anderson. I am a proud IBEW 1547 retiree. I started as an apprentice in 1975. For 10 years, my main employment as an apprentice and then as a central office PBX install and repair journeyman were with contractors subcontracting to the municipal-owned Anchorage Telephone Utility. I went permanent with ATU, which then became ACS, and I retired with a pension that allows me to remain in my house, pay taxes on it, help put my child through college without having to get a loan, and take vacations. Decades of negotiations by my union with these employers set working conditions, address safety issues, along with living wages and pension contributions. It was a career, not just a job. When I was an apprentice, I looked on in disbelief and even laughed and snickered when at union meetings they would give a 35-year pin to a lineman, wireman, or their long-term hand. Now I have one of my own. Anchorage is a city with employees who provide power, drive people movers, keep the garbage cleared, the flowers beautiful. There are fire stations close to our homes, police on our streets that are plowed. They make up what the city should have as the Anchorage's reputation. The mayor and the assembly need to support this city's reputation. And the way to do it is by negotiating in good faith. Do the right thing and vote no on AO 37. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Deborah Kelly, Kelly. I'd like to talk a little bit about who this ordinance will affect and why. I am a journeyman lineman with almost 10 years in the IBEW. I've worked around the state for both contractors and utilities. In the line trade, we work in all weather conditions, in rough terrain, with high voltages, heavy equipment, and heavy strains. It's a dangerous trade. It's got a higher fatality rate, in fact, than that of the police and firefighters who keep our city safe. One of my first journeymen died on the job. He was killed by high voltage. Another coworker was crushed by a falling tower. I helped perform first aid as life drained from his femoral artery, and he struggled to gasp with 2 collapsed lungs. He survived, but he will never work again. Later on that same job, I was working on a power line from the side of a hovering helicopter. The pilot hit the line, blowing off the main rotor blades and the entire tail section. We fell 120 feet to the ground. The pilot and I survived, but the helicopter did not. No lineman escapes unscathed from this trade. Retirees suffer muscle and joint problems caused by a lifetime of hard labor. Needless to say, safety and health is paramount in our trade. Now let's look at ML&P, where I work right now. Our accident rate is less than half of the national average. When you look at days away from work accidents, we perform even better. This is an exceptionally safe place to work, and all this while maintaining the highest reliability in the state. Why is this? Because younger workers like me are surrounded by decades of experience, people with experience with ML&P system and its unique hazards. We work because departments work together to create a whole that's greater than the sum of its parts. And we work together because workers here have a sense of ownership in the system. They build it right, and they build it to last. AO 37 will change all that. Contract tree trimmers, for instance, might underbid the in-house guys a little, but I guarantee you they won't recognize a tracking insulator and know who to call and tell them before it becomes an expensive outage. A contractor might win a bid for line maintenance, but will their workers recognize old specialty components that are time bombs for the unprepared? AO 37 legislates drastic pay cuts that will drive away workers. There's a labor shortage for linemen in the market, and it's only getting worse with the aging workforce. I understand the stated goals of this ordinance, I really do, but it is possible to simplify without cutting ML&P's throat and hurting customers in the bargain. This will cost money, and it will hurt the people of Anchorage. I'm not scared by much, but the effects of this bill really do scare me.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good Good evening, Mayor Sullivan, Assembly members. My name is Sandra Fletcher, Fletcher. Thank you for allowing time for public input on AO 2013-37. I am a proud member of Local Union 71 with the state of Alaska. I am a safety enforcement officer with State OSHA. I'm here this evening to show support for all our hardworking city employees. Mayor Sullivan, Assembly Chair Hall, and Assembly Vice Chair Johnston. By submitting AO 2013-37, the three of you have woken what I call a sleeping giant in our state. By that I mean Alaska's workforce. Not only are the citizens and workers of the municipality of Anchorage paying attention, not to mention alarmed at your proposed ordinance, but so are the workers all across our great state. Having been born and raised in Alaska since 1959, having family that goes back several generations here, I know a few people across Alaska, if I may say so. And let me say this, people are talking about this ordinance all across Alaska, and they don't like it. Let me repeat, they don't like it. It is evident at the state level and at the local level that there is a distinct correlation between what the mayor of Anchorage is trying to do, along with certain legislative leaders in Juneau. A police officer last week mentioned connecting the dots. Well, I want to connect the dots tonight all the way to the state level, correlating what the municipality of Anchorage is trying to pull, along with certain legislative leaders at the state level. I am a former employee of Municipal Light and Power. Having worked there for 7 years, I witnessed implementations of certain software programs that were a waste of taxpayers' money, and one called Kronos that's in use now that will certainly be discarded down the road, like Navigant, a travel booking program, and like MuniMart, which was used for ordering supplies. These programs were supposed to save the city money. They did not. They cost the city money, just like Kronos is now. With programs like EXO, which I use now to enter my time at the state level, which takes me less than 5 minutes to fill out, print, and turn in, I am not wasting valuable time trying to input information into a time-consuming program such as Kronos. Every time upper-level management within the city makes a poor business decision at City Hall, and this happens a lot, it seems they turn around and try to recoup their losses through Anchorage's city workers. AO 2013-37 sound familiar? At the state level, legislative leaders voted to give themselves raises around $25,000. Yet Senate President Charlie Huggins, House Speaker Mike Chenault, and the leaders of the House and Senate Finance Committees chose to send a signed letter to the governor to negotiate no raises in union labor contracts, which will affect nearly 2/3 of the state workforce. Just like certain members of this assembly, almost done, who want to stick it to union members, Mr. Huggins and Mr. Chenault asked Parnell to convey to the state's employees that they value their service, really. Are you connecting the dots yet? So I say to the Assembly, to Mayor Sullivan, workers in this great state of Alaska are awake, and we are united. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Josephson, Josephsen. Mr. Chairman, Assembly, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the time to allow us to speak. Thank all these guys that are showing up and continue to show up. I'm a journeyman lineman. I work for ML&P. I've been there for 10 years. I'm one of the guys with the boots on the ground. We're one of the first ones to respond to any of the outages that happen, whether it be a car wreck. We work directly with the police and fire department, which we have a very good working relationship with. I think this amendment or ordinance is not a good deal, as you've heard from everybody else before. You haven't thought it out. It not only affects the 2,200 members or thereabout that is on the unions, it is going to affect the city, all across the city. It's going to affect your store owners, your businesses, the people that sell your houses, the people you buy your cars from. It's going to affect you people that have kids in daycare, whether you're in a union or not. It's going to affect them. During last September storm, we worked nonstop to get the power on. We did not go home. We were out there cold, wet, and hungry. We didn't whine to go home. We didn't ask to go home. We didn't stay because we were getting extra money. We stayed for the commitment of what we believe in and what we do. I think this ordinance is bad, and I wish you would reconsider it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Sullivan, Assembly Chair Hall, Mayor, members of the Assembly. My name is Lisa Arnold, A-R-N-O-L-D. Having previously worked for the municipality for more than 25 years, including the position of Labor Relations Director, I am very familiar with municipal code and the municipal contracts. If time permits, I would like to discuss tonight or share with you information regarding the proposed changes to benefits, pay, and the negotiation process. I support the proposed changes to standardize health benefits and holidays. It is essential that the municipality have the ability to amend plans to respond to the rising cost of health care. Unions that provide benefits directly to their members have this luxury. Why should the municipality be held to a different standard? During the last round of negotiations, the administration attempted to get alignment of holidays with no success. Even the two neutral proposals to substitute Seward's Day or a birthday holiday for a personal holiday was rejected by the unions. Next, I will address pay enhancements. Pay enhancements exist in all municipal contracts. However, they are most prevalent in the police and fire contracts. Much of the specialty pay in the fire contract requires employees to participate in specialized training and or maintain advanced certifications. This is training and certification that could possibly save lives, yours and mine. Many of the APD specialty teams are required to be available during off hours, and to respond at a moment's notice, such as the SWAT team, the hostage negotiation, or the homicide detectives, to name a few. Unlike non-represented employees, APDEA employees do not receive call pay. Rather, they receive a specialty pay. If all specialty pay is eliminated, APD might find that it actually costs the department more to pay these employees on-call pay than the specialty pay. On to pay for performance. Criteria that was applicable to the Teamsters and Local 302 was extended to other unions. And as a result of that, many of the pay for performance programs have little value to the citizens of Anchorage. Additionally, the manner in which pay for performance programs were implemented and interpreted has significantly diminished the value. An officer can potentially have unscheduled absences. I'm not talking vacation planned. I'm talking unscheduled absences, more than 50% of his or her shifts, and qualify for an attendance point. Really, in most organizations, you would be terminated. A firefighter who accompanied his child's school band on an out-of-state trip received performance points for volunteering. Isn't that called parenting? What value does that bring to our community? While not all incentives bring value, I have concerns regarding unilaterally taking away pay incentives from employees who have a vested interest. May I continue?
If you're very quick.
Okay. If you look at how service recognition, when the ordinance passed eliminating service recognition, all existing employees were grandfathered into service recognition. If you take away the right to bargain over pay enhancements, is it the intent of the administration to grandfather all existing employees? The last item I will touch upon is the negotiation process. I believe in and support collective bargaining. However, I do not believe that any public employee should have the right to strike. When an employee chooses, and I emphasize chooses, to work for the public sector, like it or not, you are a public servant. I also personally do not support binding arbitration. It is not in either party's best interest to rely on an arbitrator who oftentimes has little or no knowledge of the municipality.
Excuse me, Lisa. I got some questions for you. Ms. Ray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't have a question, but since you have had previous experience in labor negotiations, I really want to hear what you have to say.
Okay. And I don't have much more to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Where was I? So while I don't like the current system, I do not support the proposed system in the current ordinance, especially the changes pertaining to impasse resolution. It gives me the appearance that the Assembly will serve both as the jury and the judge. I believe this is a conflict of interest. Additionally, the ordinance, from the way I interpret it, is too limiting. Why only consider the party's last best offers and not the fact finder's recommendations? As a possible solution, possibly we could extend the role of the Employee Relations Board, or possibly create a new board or committee that is jointly appointed by the mayor and the unions. Allow that entity to make recommendations that come before this body. In closing, I've listened to the testimony of many who have said that the administration should bargain with the unions on this issue. I have bargained with each and every one of the municipal unions in one regards or another. While I have the utmost respect for the unions, I can honestly say that if the past is any indication of the future, it will be an uphill battle with several of the unions. However, that is not to say that it can't be done. I encourage the Assembly to approve a scaled-back version of AO 37, which standardizes benefits, eliminates the right to strike, and implements a fair and equitable alternate plan to binding arbitration. I do not support unilaterally taking away pay articles that have been negotiated in good faith over the years. Rather, the party should set aside differences and engage in collective bargaining to realign pay enhancements that add value to the citizens of Anchorage.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
You're delightfully crazy to be here.
Against my husband's advice, nonetheless.
Yeah, well, and it's okay. My wife doesn't listen to me either. Would you do me a favor? Would you get a copy of this thing and mark it up for me and say yay, nay, maybe, modify? Because we have a unconscionably outrageous proposal in front of us, and frankly, I'm not really interested in fixing the mayor's screw up. But hey, guys, I appreciate it, but the chair's right. You shouldn't be interrupting, okay? Please. But if we're gonna do something, I'd like it to be as I'd like to limit the stupidity within it. So whatever you can give to me, I would appreciate.
Okay.
Thank you.
What I would prefer to do is to give a little more thought, and then I can scan it in and email it to you.
Take as much time as you need.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Osander?
Ditto, send it, please.
Okay.
Mr. Trainee?
Here's a copy, ma'am.
Oh, I have a copy.
There's one if you want it.
Okay, I'll take a clean one because mine is scribbled up.
Mine's clean.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hello. Hello, Chairman Hall, Assembly members. Thank you for giving me the time to be here. My name is Mike Stumbaugh, S-T-U-M-B-A-U-G-H. I'm the Vice President of the Anchorage Firefighters Union, as well as a captain on the fire department. I would kind of go off my script here, and I'd like to say to Vice Chair Johnston that I apologize for you feeling threatened last night. It's not the way anything should be handled, and we need to live in a more civil and respectful community. I just want to pass that along. As part of this community, the proposed changes to AO 37 trouble me. They trouble me for the future of this city and the future prospects for my children in this municipality. What was really the most troubling is why now? According to state economist Neil Fried's 2013 economic forecast, Anchorage is doing great. We have seen nearly 24 years of uninterrupted growth in our economy as well as our population, almost a quarter of a century. Other communities in the lower 48 would love to have our problems. The only year in that time frame that Anchorage lost jobs was 2009, the very same year we made wage concessions. According to Mr. Fried's report, even those jobs were recovered the very next year, and our city has seen a record number of jobs in 2011 and 2012. As a matter of fact, his report states that our city has more jobs and population now than we've ever had. In the fall of 2010, Mayor Sullivan's administration held a series of town hall-style meetings. They were called the Community Conversations, and hundreds of participants from nearly every zip code in the city attended. They were asked a few key questions. What sort of Anchorage do we want? What services should government provide? What trade-offs are citizens willing to make? Some very interesting ideas came out of these discussions. Across the board, people expressed great pride in Anchorage and wanted to see it flourish. Participants did not want large service cuts. The strongest support was for maintaining or even enhancing some essential services. Services such as the fire and police departments, public transportation, and the Health and Human Services Department. I'm proud to be raising my family in Anchorage, and I'm proud to be a member of the Anchorage Fire Department. The proposed changes to AO 37 will be life-altering for the thousands of hard-working municipal employees that make our city run, and could have a negative impact on our economy. If our economy and our population is growing, and the mayor's town hall meetings show that the citizens of Anchorage don't want diminished services, then they even want to expand some departments, then why now? Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jeffrey Stone. I'm a heavy equipment operator for the municipality of Anchorage at street maintenance. I've been doing this job for the past 16 years or so. I started out at street maintenance as a temporary and worked my way up through the ranks to where I am now. I want to say, you know, because of my association with the city and working for the municipality, it's made me into the person I am today. It's because of the people that went before me that showed me how to do my job and showed me how to be a professional that I've succeeded. It's given me a lot. I met my wife there and married her and have children because of this job. So I keep scratching my head. You know, I had sheets of this going on. I've lost a few hours of sleep over it. The house is covered with them, torn up, thrown on the ground, because I can't understand for the life of me why we're trying to dismantle something that's already worked. And by the show of all these professionals in this room, I'm honored to be in the same room with them, that we put together a great team of people to live in the best city on the planet, as far as I'm concerned. You know, when I started at street maintenance, we had a thing called joint crafts. I don't know if anybody recalls that. Some might. We were all lumped together as one big unit. And part of the problem was, with such diversity, no one could come to any agreements about needs, so forth, and so on. And it became extremely frustrating to get our needs met, and the city became extremely frustrated too. So we disbanded that organization. We flew solo for a while, and then got involved with 302. And there was a few bumps along the way. But I must say, because of that association with the people in 302 and the people that were giving us some of the advice they gave us on how to look at contracts, how to be pragmatic about it, and what to ask for, and how to move down that road, we voted accordingly, and we were always flexible with the administration. We don't have we have a no-strike clause in our contract. We have, you know, no binding arbitration. Everything goes in front of you guys to approve. So, you know, it's amazing to me that we'd want to change that, because, you know, over that period of time, we have been, as an organization, become way more professional because of it, I believe. When Mayor Sullivan got into power, he did his cost analysis, and our particular organization saved hundreds of thousands of dollars. We held back positions. We got rid of equipment. We became a way more efficient workforce and did the job with less bodies. Does anybody recall last winter? Without those professionals in those positions, we wouldn't have, this city would have been in gridlock. And I was one of the guys doing it. I will sum up. Let's not try to fix here what's working already. I don't think there's an organization out here that wouldn't sit down at the table and be willing to negotiate. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Good evening.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the members of this assembly for their public service and for letting me have this opportunity to address them and the residents of Anchorage. My name is Philip Stutzer, S-T-U-T-Z-E-R. I've been employed by the Municipal Light and Power for close to 18 years. I've worked in various capacities in the utility in 3 different divisions and currently work in the generation division as an engineer. I admit it, I am an engineer. And as an engineer, I use numbers to evaluate a decision, be it a relay setting protecting a generator worth $10 million or a proposed ordinance affecting the lives of thousands of municipal employees, myself included. I'm sure I'm not alone when I say I find this proposal disturbingly vague in several key areas. To me, there are 3 key components to an employee's compensation package: wages, retirement benefits, and health benefits. During the testimony last Wednesday, several speakers were asked about specific language or sections in this ordinance that needed to be addressed. The language in Article 3.70.20E regarding employee benefits is vague, and provides no specific information on the potential monetary impact to the health and retirement benefits of the employees from the various bargaining units. However, the proposed ordinance is not vague in regards to wages. Employees with 5 or more years of service will experience a wage reduction of 13% and a wage reduction as much as 20% for those employees with more than 30 years of service. The financial impact of wages is not vague and can be quantified. I've been asked by my fellow employees, what am I going to do if this ordinance were to pass as written? Frankly, I don't know, because I don't have enough information, especially concerning benefits, to make an informed decision. According to the Assembly memorandum accompanying the proposed ordinance regarding benefits, which talks about uniformity and consistency, it references Article 3.70.130, which has nothing to do with benefits, as this referenced article addresses agreements. I know I raise a minor point, but it makes me wonder how a document which affects the lives of so many can be prepared with such haste that simple references within the document have not been properly vetted. Which made me wonder how much input was provided or sought from the human resources manager or the general manager at MLMP in the drafting of this ordinance. When I asked the question, I was told they were not consulted. Considering what impact this proposed ordinance may have on one of the few business units by the municipality that actually makes a profit for the city, I was astounded the authors of this proposed ordinance deemed it unnecessary to even consult with the general manager of MLMP. I believe the mayor wants to run the city like a business, like a CEO who's beholden to his shareholders, the mayor to the taxpayer. The CEO is always chasing the short-term gain. What have you done for me lately philosophy? That philosophy is exactly what has been the downfall, for example, of the American auto industry versus the Japanese automakers who are in it for the long haul. I question whether or not this business model is what's in the best interest for the city of Anchorage over time. Sure, there will be a short-term reduction in labor costs to the city, but at what cost? You alienate your most valuable and experienced employees for next quarter's profits, which will come with a cost. That cost will come due. Mayor Sullivan is hoping when that time comes, it will be someone else's problem.
Excuse me,
Remember,
Phil.
the mayor presented the proposal, but it is you, the assembly, that has the final say and who will ultimately be held responsible. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn has a question.
Mr. Sutter, do you have a brother?
I do.
Is his name Fred?
Yes.
Say hi to your sister-in-law. Tell her her former babysitting
Okay.
client did okay. You're a PE?
Yes, I am.
And help me out here. What's your wage? I don't want a specific number, but what's your wage relative to some of your colleagues in the private sector, percentage-wise?
Well, I can answer it this way, if this helps. Is I did a little research, and I looked at, as MLMP, occasionally we have engineering needs that are beyond our staffing, and so we always compete for contracts out in the private sector. And the low-cost provider for the position that I hold, we pay $165 an hour. Now, I can tell you I don't make anything near that, but that's what we pay at MLMP for an outside contractor to do the job that I'm doing at MLMP.
Montgomery Watson is the contractor?
I was told I wasn't supposed to divulge that because that's confidential information.
Right, okay. So it's not Montgomery Watson unless it is a Montgomery Watson, right? Okay, got it. Thank you, Mr. Stutzer. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Philip. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tim McCulley. It's M-C-C-U-L-L-E-Y. I'm a police officer with the Anchorage Police Department. I've been employed for over 21 years. I've been an instructor at the Academy for over 16 years, and I've been an FTO, Field Training Officer, for 18 years. So I train new recruits. In training the recruits, and I'm teaching them about the law, I always ask them, when you're enforcing the law, look at what the intent of the lawmakers, what their intent was when they wrote the law, such as a DV assault, where you have a mandatory arrest. You arrest the suspect to separate them from the victim. In this case, I look at the intent of what this ordinance says. My interpretation is it gives absolute power to the mayor by abolishing collective bargaining and binding arbitration even though the mayor contends that it does not affect collective bargaining. Collective bargaining agreement has been in place and working for over 40 years. Why the fast track now? Back in 1969, I know this because I have a recruiting document from them, from the Anchorage Police Department. They were paying roughly $900 a month. They couldn't get anybody to come work. Why? Because the pipeline was paying $1,000 a week. Anchorage is going rampant. So what happens is the Teamsters come in and they start negotiating, getting good benefit and wages, and eventually the workforce was able to attract qualified applicants. Why can't we learn from this history? We're going back in time by passing this ordinance. The ordinance proposes the city implement FSLA work rules. These rules may work for businesses that work 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. However, all these unions work 24-hour days. There are numerous speakers last week that stated they were working jobs of 2 or more people because they're short-staffed. FSLA rules are just going to work the employee harder and longer without any additional compensation. Most unions are short-staffed as it is, so how is it that AL 37 is going to help? It won't. At APD, we currently have 5 IT people working on our computer section. We have 1 vacancy. If this ordinance passes, the IT folks will be forced out of the union and into non-rep positions. Their PCNs are moved to City Hall. Most likely 2 or 3 of these employees will leave. APD has a vast computer system and has over 500 computers. Who's going to support the troops on the street? These employees are crucial to APD. Lost productivity would cost thousands. What employees want, along with good benefits, good working conditions, and a stable job, is to be respected and appreciated. This ordinance destroys the relationship between the city, its workforce, and the unions. This ordinance may have a short-term benefits in saving money, but the long-term effects, numerous police academies costing millions, the loss of experienced and loyal employees, and the deterioration of the city services will hurt this community for years to come.
Okay.
Vote no on AO 37.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Sir, as a 20-year veteran of the police department, are you going to look somewhere else if this passes?
I already have.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Robert Reese, and for 30 years I've been in the IBW, 24 years of which have been employed by the Municipal Light and Power as a leadman, an inspector, a foreman, and currently am the acting line superintendent and have been for the last 2.5 years. I'd like to point out an interesting fact that some of you may not know about what we do. In my grandfather's and father's day, the fatality rate for power linemen was 50%. I did some research yesterday. We've moved all the way up to number 8. To give you some reference, police officers come in at number 10. I had to expand the list out to number 20 to catch the firefighters at 15. After the assembly meeting last Wednesday, I went home and watched it and was struck by a couple of things. It strikes me that you guys can consider passing legislation that affects our pay and benefits over every department of the city. And yet, in my 24 years at Municipal Light and Power, I have never seen one member of the Assembly, with one exception, and I'm hoping you ask me about it, Ms. Jackson, nor one member of your staff, nor one member of the mayor's staff, or any of the mayors have ever come down to MLP, asked, told us what their problems were, or asked for our solutions or input to them. You guys have talked that you want to talk about specific sections of this contract or this proposal, AO 370. First one I'd like to talk about is 3.7.170, your Federal Fair Labor Standards Act. Unlike a lot of the other departments represented around here, the line department, the power linemen at MLP, do not work with a 24-hour coverage base. We work on a volunteer call-out basis for those systems. No contractor that I'm aware of in this town that employs the kind of people that we do work for time and a half. No utility that surrounds us that I'm aware of anywhere around us or in the state works for those kind of conditions. If you pass that into law, then you force me in the decision, do I really want to get up, come to work in the middle of the night, on the weekends, on the holidays, and I'll tell you I've worked every holiday at least once, quite a few of them twice. And I don't know how many weekends or other things that I've worked in this town. The second section I wanted to talk to you about was 3.7.060, where you say that supervisory and confidential employees shall not be members of a bargaining unit. And that's mentioned another time in this ordinance that's in there. This flies in the face of common sense and every management technique I've ever heard of at any company. Most responsible entities, public or private, want their most experienced people to move up to the supervising level, especially in my industry where the liabilities are as high as what they are. If AO 37 is passed as written on the 31st of October, I'll have to step out of my supervisor's role, back into my normal foreman's position, although under AO 37, my foreman's position would be reclassified as a non-represented position. So I would then step out of that foreman's role, and if allowed, step back into a normal journeyman role. If I was not allowed to step back into a journeyman role, then I would resign.
Excuse me, Robert, I need you to conclude.
In conclusion, there's a lot of sections in here. My conclusion would be, I think this ordinance will specifically harm MLP in the following way. It will no longer be able to compete for nor maintain its current staff of highly skilled employees. You do not just go down to your local unemployment office and hire linemen, relay substation technicians, metermen, utility engineers, generation technicians, power controllers, and others in my industry. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Robert. Good evening.
Good evening, Assemblyman, Mr. Mayor. My name is Steve Gautreau, G-A-U-T-R-E-A-U. I work at the Point Warrenzoff Wastewater Treatment Plant. I don't need to tell you, my job stinks, and I love to do it. It's a good job. But we all choose to live in Anchorage. I choose to live in Anchorage to raise my family. I choose to work for the city because of the standard of life, the wages, and the benefits, and the service to my community. The ordinance, this ordinance, the Responsible Labor Act, is an affront to all reasons why I work and live in Anchorage. This ordinance will turn Anchorage into a training tourist attraction. I can just hear the slogan now. Come work for Anchorage, get trained, enjoy an Alaskan experience, then leave when you get a better job. You should look at the whole cost before implementing this. Things like loss of qualified employees due to unattractive packages, cost of finding qualified replacements, cost of training new employees, cost of human resources dealing with a high turnover rate, an HR nightmare.
That's because it's not about the cost.
Loss of pride in our city and the community due to the lack of roots. Loss of senior experienced employees who have what I like to coin longevity of knowledge. You know, the guy that's been around for a very long time, in a few years, he knows things about the treatment plants or the distribution or collection system because they were here when it was built. And in 10 years, when that piece of equipment fails, there's going to be no one to go, oh yeah, I remember that. Go. This is how you fix it. No, instead it's going to take a long, drawn-out process to find the problem, fix it. What I'm asking is simple. Scrap this ordinance. Write it off as a bad idea. We've all had those before. And start over. Sit down with the people who work for you and we work for you. Sit down. It's simple. Scrap it. It could go away. Bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Good evening. My name is Toni McPherson, MC, capital P-H-E-R-S-O-N. And I have lived in South Anchorage for almost 40 years.
My background is in journalism and marketing, and I have been the Anchorage Public Library's Community Relations Coordinator for the last 9 years. I am also, for the last year and a half, 2 years, have been the shop steward for the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association. Now, we haven't heard too much about the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association. It is the largest union with around 500 members, and it covers everything from libraries to health to some people at AWU to planning. I mean, it's clerical, it's all over the place. So it's not as life-threatening as many of the people out here, but we still do our little job. I am strongly opposed to Ordinance 37. The ordinance strips city unions of bargaining rights, members, and the ability to stand up for employees. It restricts the Assembly's power into focusing on a narrow financial formula. It eliminates incentives and step raises and curtails benefits. This ordinance, under the guise of standardization, is like the ugly stepsister struggling to fit her foot in the glass slipper. No matter how you paint it, Ordinance 37 is about dividing and conquering the city's workforce. It imposes restrictions that aren't needed and addresses crises that don't exist. It inserts a mayor-selected committee between the Assembly and the workers, and it puts this city under the rule of segregation. What I want is the language thrown out. I would like to see a true collaboration among all the parties to streamline the Anchorage labor law, and I think that you would find that we're not as far apart as the mayor would have you believe. Interesting, the unions are already in agreement with some of the points that are in this proposal. The city's self-insurance system has been pretty successful. It's made money every year except one for the last 10, but there are too many options. In fact, a month or so ago, I was appointed to a joint management labor health insurance plan evaluation committee with the goal of reducing the number of options and creating standardization as much as possible. The committee included 2 people from each of the unions, as well as the ER personnel and city hall folks. We've never had a meeting, and I think Ordinance 37 is probably why. Standardizing holidays, AMEA has last year we didn't need bargaining and we didn't need threats. We standardized. We gave up our Seward's Highway for holiday for a personal holiday. We also have increased the probation rate for our new employees to standard, so it's 6 months across the board, and we've already saved the municipality a great deal of money because of that. I would like you to treat us as colleagues and as collaborators. We live here because we love the city. We work for the city because we want this to be the best place it can be. And we are ready to work with you.
Thank you, Tony. Good evening.
Good evening, Town Council and Mayor. I'm nervous as hell. I've never spoken in front of anybody before, so bear with me. What I have to say is just that, just listening to these people, they are...
Could you give us your name?
Yes, my name is Carl Evans.
Thanks.
And I'd like to go on record as saying I am totally opposed to this ordinance, or this proposition. And, just listen to these people. They voted you guys in. I voted you guys in. It is clear they do not want this. I do not understand what the mayor is thinking and or why he's pushing this through in such a rushed manner. I don't understand it. I'm an IBEW member. I've been in this town for 31 years. I'm not into politics, to be honest with you. And I think you guys really need to listen to the people as to what they're saying. They don't want this ordinance, period. Think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Carl. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jennifer York, and I serve as a records clerk at the Anchorage Police Department. I'm not only here as an employee of APD, but also as a citizen of Anchorage. The services that are addressed in this proposed ordinance directly affect each citizen and life here in Anchorage. I'm concerned about how this proposed ordinance will affect negatively the citizens and services provided to Anchorage. As many of my coworkers, I applied to work at APD because I wanted to help the citizens of Anchorage. Citizens do not call APD when everything is going well in their life. They call APD when they are in trouble, scared, in need of help, or in a dangerous situation. I'm concerned about the effects of bidding and outsourcing jobs to the lowest bidder will have on our citizens. As of right now, we are able to provide the best service to the citizens of Anchorage because we were told the expectations of us up front. Our qualifications and backgrounds were checked to ensure we could provide the best service, and our supervisors, along with our coworkers, watch our performance daily to ensure we continually provide the best service. If for some reason the supervisors has to address an area that needs improving, it is done so directly and immediately. However, when outsourcing or going with the lowest bidder, every aspect changes, and the citizen is the one that is affected. When a job is outsourced, it is the assumption that all companies submitting a bid will provide the identical results. However, according to an article in AIA, when the job is given to the lowest bidder, typically, as the complexity of the job increases, differing interpretations and results increase exponentially. If jobs like the records department at APD is outsourced, the city will have little or no control over the employees that outsource company hires. Even with defined requirements requested by the city, the outsourcing company has the final say of who is hired and or fired. Problems with employees would no longer be handled directly, but through the outsourcing company, therefore increasing the probability of poor service to the citizens of Anchorage. Do you really want to provide the lowest bid service to the citizens of Anchorage? When you are in need of help, do you want to be assisted by someone who chooses to be there and their qualifications are the utmost possible? Or do you want to risk you and your loved ones to the lowest bid company who will have some training but potentially not have the heart and devotion as the previously mentioned employees? We as citizens of Anchorage deserve the best, and the best is not this ordinance. So please vote no.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joel Wagner, W-A-G-N-E-R. I've come here this evening to ask the Assembly to vote no on Ordinance 37. I would like to start off by saying I am not against streamlining government and to lower the cost to taxpayers, and I am one of these taxpayers. However, I believe Mayor Sullivan has already accomplished this task through downsizing and budget cuts in all city entities. Exactly what is the goal here, and how much do we, as the citizens of Anchorage, want to give up? I am not a politician, nor do I want to be. But I fail to see that our city is in such a crisis that we need to take such drastic measures as AO 37 does. I continue to hear the citizens of Anchorage refer to the budget deficit and financial crisis we are in. But this is simply not true. Since Mayor Sullivan has taken office, our city has seen a surplus of $4.76 million in 2009, $20.4 million in 2010, $11.7 million in 2011, and a projected $34 million surplus for the year 2012. Let me repeat those numbers for all of you who are unaware. That's $4.76 million, $20.4 million, $11.7 million, and a projected $34 million for 2012. These numbers include salary increases both to unions and non-union members. To the workers of this city, why is it that these figures are so hidden from the public? Had Mayor Sullivan not left a portion of these surpluses on the table every year to lower the tax cap, these numbers would be even larger. This is something that Mayor Sullivan and his administration do not want you to remember or share with the community. They would like you to believe that we are in a deficit, and if you tell a story long enough, the people will believe it. Our economy in Anchorage continues to remain strong.
Mr. Chairman, just a moment, please. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You make a valid point. Could you please refrain from speaking and interrupting the speakers? I would appreciate it if you would.
Then
Well,
this
I'm sorry.
gentleman will escort you out.
It's bothering my ability to hear him. Thank you.
Please.
I'm sorry. If you'd like a few more minutes, that's
Okay.
fine with you. I understand valid.
I have a little bit more here to read. Our economy in Anchorage continues to remain strong, at the least very stable. Housing prices have not dropped considerably in Anchorage compared to the lower 48. As a matter of fact, my property tax assessment went up this year. I'm sure a lot of other people's did as well. Is this a sign of a failing economy? If we were in the same situation as some of the states and cities in the lower 48, with high rates of foreclosures and property values dropping by as much as 50%, which would lower the tax revenue that the city can collect, I could see the mayor and the assembly coming to the unions and asking for concessions, which I know the unions have given in the past. I do not agree with such drastic measures as taking away binding arbitration and much of the collective bargaining that laborers in this country have worked so hard to create. I feel a majority of the people of Anchorage love this city and are happy with the services that they are provided. I urge you, the Assembly, to vote no on AO 37. Please do not sit there and act like the city is broke, as the mayor would like us all to believe. And please do not take away good faith bargaining that all of our unions have provided and will continue to provide in the future. I would like to remind you that you are all elected officials. So here are some facts you may or may not know. Historically, our city has shown a very low voter turnout in the last mayoral election, which tends to be a higher number. The voter turnout was only 35%. Residents of Anchorage have not turned out in great numbers. In recent numbers, they have been as low as 19% of the citizens of Anchorage who have turned out to vote. This is the fourth night of public testimony to the Assembly. We have all seen many of the MOA residents speak out against this ordinance. However, I have yet to see anyone stand up and speak in favor of it. What percentage of the voters do you think this equates to, and how many voters can these people influence? If you were to vote yes on this ordinance, I feel as though you may find yourself in the same position Admiral Yamamoto of the Japanese Navy, who was portrayed in the 1970 film Tora Tora Tora, after the attack on Pearl Harbor. And yes, I know this was used earlier. I fear all we have done is awaken a sleeping giant.
Thank you, Joel.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, up until this point in time, I've been in awe of the behavior of this entire group every evening prior. I'm afraid I'm losing some of that this evening. Sir?
Ladies and gentlemen in the Assembly, Mayor, my name is Ward Hepper, Hepper. I've worked for the city for quite a while now. I've worked through 6 mayors and 6 different assemblies. We've had a lot of promises made to us. Different things would happen if we would do this and do that. But as Joel said, that's almost $70 million in surpluses. And every one of those dollars were saved by city employees. Half of them in labor costs, more than half in labor costs. And that was all under the current contracts, negotiated with us, and we did it in good faith. According to Business Week, Anchorage has the 4th lowest tax burden in the United States, in the top 100 cities. Although it does have, the real estate taxes are somewhere in the top 25. So are we overtaxed? Absolutely not. Are the real estate taxes too high? Probably. That's something you guys can do about. Over the years, the city had a $340 million unfunded liability in police and fire. We, the members of police and fire, absorbed $178 million of that. That was 706 employees. That's $200,000 per employee over their lifetime. That was a huge hit we took. That was all negotiated. We negotiated that. It wasn't dictated to us. It wasn't even arbitrated. We just negotiated. And we did it in good faith. Later on, as soon as we did that, under the Meisterman administration, they closed police and fire retirement system completely. And then took $56 million out of the overfunding. And we all know how that's worked out. Every year, you guys have to kick in that part of that $56 million that we're short now. So all of that was done under negotiation. And we can negotiate. I'd be happy to negotiate with the mayor. But this is not fair negotiation by any means. You guys understand that this isn't fair. At least, if you're gonna put this thing in, the least you could do is give us the right to strike. But you've taken everything out of negotiations and there's nothing left for us to negotiate anymore. I don't know how that's going to work when you guys go after the school teachers. That's going to be pretty rough when you go after, especially at home. Because Lynette's a school teacher. Lynette and my wife used to work together at 3M. But, I mean, that's what's coming up next, is they're going to go after the school teachers. But you guys have to be fair, and I please urge you to be fair. Drop this thing and start over and do the right thing. You guys know this is rushed, and you really shouldn't do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roy. Good evening.
Good evening, Assembly members, Mayor, and staff. My name is Jason Szymanski. I work for ML&P. I work on the heavy mechanical crew. I, like you, have heard 11 hours now of testimony. A lot has been said, a lot of stuff that I planned to say. I think I've rewritten this 5 times. So I'm going to cover on something that has been a theme, I feel, for the last 11 hours, and that's ownership. Ownership of our jobs, ownership of the equipments that we work on and use. I came to MLP 5 years ago. I originally, first 17 years of my work career, I worked in the oil field. First 10 years of that was as a contractor, both as construction and also as maintenance. And I worked on all sorts of stuff. I could do anything from insulate pipes to, run various pieces of equipment. And it was whatever my company that I worked for at the time told me to do. I had no problem with that. Even when I was working maintenance in plants, whatever was assigned me to go and do, I went and did. That was my job. I got my paycheck, I went home. Well, one of the things as a contractor, your goal always was to become a company hand. You wanted to go permanent. You wanted to know that you would have a steady job and so forth, day in and day out. So I became a plant operator at the Unocal facility down there, and it wasn't until then that I really realized what ownership was. Because now I'm responsible for all that. I'm responsible for the millions of dollars of equipment that I'm running, that I need to keep going, So prior to that, I walked in the same facility year after year. I didn't know what all that was. I didn't really care because it wasn't my job. I was only there to do this certain things, and that was it. So after my facility down there shut down, I came to work at ML&P. I had options to go other places, could have gone to Slope. I chose to stay home or come here, bring my son up here, and go to work at ML&P. And I think it was the best decision I ever made because the first thing I realized was there was ownership. From the craftsmen to the operators, they know their equipment. I was impressed. There's places I worked before where some operators may not have known, they knew how to work the equipment, but not how it worked. MLMP, that wasn't the case. Most operators came up from being either a mechanic or electrician or some type of skills, and they knew how to work their equipment. So I was impressed. You know, I guess in conclusion, I'd also like to say that my family's been involved in various forms of public service. So family members have been mayors in the legislature, work on city staff, teachers, firemen, and my father was in the legislature, Mike Smansky, and he had an important vote come up back in the end of the 90s. And everyone was in favor of it, or seemed to be, but it was a close vote. Only 2 votes separated. And when it came for a final deal, he voted against it. And it was a big deal. I mean, the bill was killed, done. And I asked him, well, why'd you do it? What was why did you also do it? He goes, it wasn't right. And it was not right for Alaska. It was not right for its constituents. It wasn't right. So from the testimony that I've heard in the last 11 hours, this doesn't feel right. And it'd be like me working on turbine, perfectly good turbine. I tear it apart. I put new parts in. I expect it to run. Problem is, I didn't inspect my parts. Just like parts of this ordinance has not been inspected. It needs
Jason, I need you to conclude.
Conclusion is, don't be afraid to do the right thing. Because even to this day, you can ask my dad, to this day, do you ever regret it? No. You do the right thing. That's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Wesley Sherfick, Sherfick. I was born here in Anchorage and graduated from East Anchorage High School and went out of state to further my education. Both of my parents are retired union members, Teamsters, and IBW. My wife and 2 of my sisters are currently IBW Local 1547 members. I've been employed with MLP for 2.5 years in the generation division. I am currently on the heavy mechanical crew that overhauls turbines and performs maintenance on operational equipment. I read in the ordinance that all incentives will be eliminated, including PSP, longevity, boiler pay, differential pay, as well as overtime will be cut in half. I've yet to receive my first PSP that will be coming up in October of this year, but may never receive it as this contract is up at the end of October. I plan to retire from MLMP in the next 30 years, but where's the incentive for me to stay here? I don't agree with this ordinance because it will cost more to bring in less experienced people to do less quality work and with less knowledge than we have here now. It will take them more time to do the same job, and they wouldn't know the equipment as well. Years ago, it would take 3 months to do the same teardown our crew does in just 1 month because overtime was not given. It would cost the city more money to outsource the work rather than just paying us to do the job at our rate because we can do it faster and more efficient. Just to give you an idea of how much parts are for this equipment and how critical it is to fix it right the first time with no mistakes whatsoever. The rotating turbine shaft on a Frame 7 machine is made up of 3 rows of rotating buckets totaling over $3.4 million. Now, would you want less experienced people working on this equipment just to save a few dollars in wages and incentives that does not even amount to the cost of equipment were to fail if incorrectly installed? Because when contracting out this kind of work, you don't truly know who you're getting when they show up to the job site. MLMP has the lowest rates, and in the past 8 years has contributed $55 million into the city's budget and creates revenue for the city, does not take it away. Please leave here this evening with this thought. It is your turn to vote on this ordinance, but the next upcoming election, it will be our turn to vote. Please vote no on Ordinance 37. And if you want input for this ordinance, table it, sit down together with the union administration to properly negotiate a better way than what is written here. Thank you for your time and good evening.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, Mayor. My name is Mark Stevens. I'm a captain with Anchorage Fire Department. I have many concerns with Anchorage Ordinance 37 and how it's going to relate to the daily operations of Anchorage Fire Department and how we're able to deliver our services to the public in the city of Anchorage. There's one part in particular that gravely concerns me concerning the safety of myself, the safety of my crews, but more importantly, the safety of the citizens of Anchorage. Referring to Section 3.7.040, Management Rights. States that management will have the rights to determine the methods, means, equipment, and personnel by which government operations are to be conducted, including staffing, scheduling, and overtime. Currently, the municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Fire Department in 1264 strive to follow the recommendations of the National Fire Protection Association 1710. Currently in our labor contract, we maintain on a daily basis 8 four-person fire apparatus, and it also regulates the cross-staffing of the other fire apparatus in our department. This includes our dive rescue, our hazmat, and our swiftwater rescue. These standards were founded on millions of dollars of studies conducted by the NFPA, the NIST, and the ISO. And for those of us in Anchorage that are convinced that we won't ever have a medical fire emergency, please understand that this is going to affect our ISO ratings. Currently, Anchorage has a very proud ISO rating of 2. When we start playing or reducing the staffing on apparatus, eliminating apparatus, and reducing response times, our ISO rating is going to go up. And that's going to increase the insurance rates for our businesses in Anchorage. And those businesses are going to pass the increased cost onto the consumers of Anchorage. So there is a financial cost to these reductions in staffing also. I'm very sure that it's not the intention of this current administration, the people that are sitting in front of me, to jeopardize the safety of the citizens of Anchorage or the employees of the Anchorage Fire Department. You're not the ones I'm concerned about. I'm gravely concerned about the future administrations when there really is a budget crisis in Anchorage, and they have the right to reduce the staffing in the fire department and say, we don't need 4-person apparatus, we're going to have 2-person apparatus. And we're going to close engine companies because they're going to cross-staff our truck companies when there's actually a structure fire. But who's going to provide the hose and the water? That's what really scares me about the way this is written and how it can affect the future. Last week, before I came to the very first meeting, we had a vehicle rollover. An intoxicated woman rolled her vehicle over into a bank of gas meters on A Street. It was a 100-unit apartment complex. Most of our apparatus were tied up on a structure fire across town. We ended up with a truck company and 2 engine companies from Station 12 all the way in south side of Anchorage. We were at the bare minimum staffing. Each one of those were 3-person apparatus. We barely had what it took to mitigate that call. I could tell you about many calls where it took every person we had on those calls to mitigate the situation. I implore you and I ask you, please don't put the safety of Anchorage Fire Department and Anchorage citizens in the hands of future administrations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Mr. Trini has a question.
Quick question for you,
Yes,
sir.
Mr. Trini.
Are you going to stay here if this passes?
I love Anchorage. I love Anchorage Fire Department.
I know you do.
I will stay here.
So stay here in spite of the safety that you're going to have.
I've got a commitment to this city and a commitment to this fire department. I'm going to continue with that until I retire, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Justin Mack, M-A-C-K. I was born and raised in Anchorage. Thank you for taking the time to hear us this evening, and I appreciate your consideration in regards to this ordinance. I've been an Anchorage firefighter for just under 2 years. In that short time, I've been amazed by the level of professionalism and dedication to the community that each member of this department has displayed. Because of the men and women before me, this department is well respected in the community, and that wouldn't be possible if we didn't have a process in place that works for everyone. I'm curious as to the problems of the current system. Where has this process failed city workers or administration to require such a drastic overhaul? The ability to address concerns is built into the current system but is not being utilized. When either party comes up with ways to better serve the city, the opportunity to incorporate those into agreements is available. But we are not limited to making changes only during negotiations. Anchorage firefighters will always come to the table in good faith to discuss better ways to serve the community. If the administration sees an opportunity to streamline issues, then they have the ability to present those issues to the city workers at any time, and collectively we have the ability to amend agreements in a way that would benefit the community we all serve. Not utilizing a process does not give anyone the right to call that process broken. This great city, of which I've spent 29 years, is proof that the current process works. We have a city that people want to live and work in, city employees are well represented and have an equal seat at the table, and the city gets a level of professionalism that they have come to expect, all while having consistent budget surplus. While the city is not perfect, I find it hard to believe that this ordinance will put us on the right path. The process for both how this ordinance was introduced and how it is being rushed through brings up several concerns. A change this significant should be drafted with the best interest of the city in mind. Input from the department head should be included, and a well-thought-out and vetted document should be presented to assembly members with management, labor, and the public in the loop. We should not be given a privately and poorly written document and be forced to work backwards, trying to clear up language, vet issues, and fix this document all in a condensed time frame. I would hope that the amended version will address the concerns of this community and would ask the Assembly to make itself available to hear public comment on the newest version before voting on such a drastic change on how services are provided and how municipal employees and their families are affected. This ordinance will directly affect our ability to continue offering a quality service in a safe manner. We rely on the number of firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics we can get to an emergency to make an effective rescue, fire stop, or resuscitation. This ordinance takes away input from fire professionals on critical issues such as staffing, which we currently negotiate for in good faith with the city. City employees are not asking for special treatment, only a fair seat at the table when the time comes to discuss the jobs we are expected to do and expected to do well. I thank you for your consideration on this ordinance, and I urge you to say no to this legislation and to this process, and to start fresh with a transparent process that allows professional and public input and the time that is required to bring forward legislation that we can all be proud of. I would like to end with a quote. I don't think it's good to make ordinances based on anecdotes or feeling. Good legislation is based on good data. Mayor Dan Sullivan.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Just a moment. Mr. Trainee?
Sir, just a question for you. You stated in there this was done with rapid fire. They didn't take the time to put thought into this. In fact, they did actually. I've got documents where they started working on this August 21st, 2012, when AIN came to this body, and they sourced it out to Thomas P. Owens for $29,500. I've got an email from George Michaelis that that's who it went to at that time period to consult on this. So this wasn't something they just did at the last moment. They've been working on this for a long time.
Well, I appreciate that information.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
If I may follow up Mr. Trainee's comments, yeah, they have been working on this for a long time, but they have, nobody else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Yeah. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Billy Yelvington. Last name is spelled Y-E-L-V-I-N-G-T-O-N. I'm an 11-year veteran of the Anchorage Fire Department. In March of this last year, I was fighting a house fire in East Anchorage when a roof collapsed on me, pinning me under 6,000 pounds of wood, metal, and snow. If not for the staffing levels that we have today and the efforts of my fellow firefighters who worked for 20 minutes to free me, I would have died. This past year has been filled with surgery, physical therapy, and a desire to get my life back to normal. I am proud beyond words of the people I work with, and I am very proud to serve the city I love so much, and would go through it all again if I had to. Maybe just move my rear end a little bit faster next time. This proposed ordinance does more than simply streamline collective bargaining processes. It will also change the way that firefighters, paramedics, and police officers respond to emergencies every day in Anchorage. Every single aspect of our professions will be impacted. The employees will no longer have meaningful input when it comes to crucial issues like staffing, our safety equipment, and training. All of those decisions will be made by people who have never worked in public safety. This is all in stark contrast to the dreamy elevator music ads the mayor's administration has put out to the public when describing AO 37. This administration has already tried to reduce the number of firefighters on AFT fire engines and the number of apparatus protecting our city. This comes at a time when other cities like Boise and Seattle are working to increase their staffing on apparatus. This administration has closed apparatus, whether it's under the guise of rolling closures or more recently, staffing errors. Each time the public, the people that we have sworn to protect and serve with our lives, have voiced their opinions loud and clear. Anchorage residents value their public safety. I'm alive today because there were enough firefighters and equipment available to move nearly 3 tons of debris off of me. Under this ordinance, AO 37, the next person, whether it's an Anchorage firefighter or an Anchorage resident, may not get the same amount of help. In summary, I would like to convey very strongly the fact that if this ordinance passes, there will be no checks and balances. The door will be open to special interests and uninformed decisions to be made regarding how the Anchorage Fire Department staffs our fire apparatus, purchases equipment, and responds to emergencies. All of this will affect the citizens of Anchorage. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Nathan Wisdom. I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, work for street maintenance. I've been there for 12 years, proud 302 member. I just want to say, I'll explain to you a little bit about my past 2 weeks. I work with a great group of guys. We're hauling snow in neighborhoods. I started at 6:30 this morning. I took a restroom break at 7:30. I didn't take a restroom break again or a lunch until 5 o'clock when I got back in. I punched out. I came here. The group of people I work with did the same exact thing as I did today. And it's no big deal to us. We do it all the time. It's great. It's part of the job. It's okay with us. But we got a really solid crew. We work together. We don't even hardly have to be on the radio that much. We just know, we know what we do. We know the next person's move. And I think if we start contracting stuff out, you're going to lose a lot of that. I mean, there's a lot of history in this town. I work with some gentlemen that have been there longer than I have, and wow, the way they make snow move. The conditions change, the traffic changes, and they know how to keep those trucks rolling. I mean, it's not something that's on a GPS. It's just some can do it, some can't, and these guys can do it. Oh, I'm really nervous. We had a CH2M Hill audit, I think, last year, and I think they said that we were the best snow removal outfit in the entire country. And that surprised me. I thought, wow. But, I mean, there's some guys here where we think there could be some improvements. And we're okay with that, too. But the bargaining system, we believe, is working just fine. We've given up some stuff, and we're willing to barter and trade, and I mean, we're here to play ball. We're not here to, have our hands out and be greedy. We're willing, if it's hard times, hey, we're here to work in this city. We love this town. We love the people. We live here. We just want to be part of it. So, that's about all I got to say.
Thanks. Mr. Flynn has a question for you.
How you doing? Do you work with Paul Van Landingham?
Yeah, he's my general foreman.
Okay. And do you know his real first name is Galen?
Yep.
All right. Make sure you harass him about that, okay?
I don't mess with him too much.
And tell him he's a lousy basketball player, too. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly. My name is Clara Gallardo, that's Gallardo, and my husband and I live in East Anchorage. I came to Alaska in 1993 when I was stationed at Fort Richardson. I joined the Army to serve my country, and I was blessed to be able to serve in a different way when I was hired by APD. In April, I'll have 17 years with this department. I'm a senior patrol officer, as well as a field training officer and an instructor at the Academy, and I previously served as a member of our major crime scene response team. I love my job, and I'm proud to work midship patrol from 11 at night till 9 in the morning, which I've done for most of my career. For years, I worked mainly in East Anchorage. Now my responsibilities have expanded, and I respond to calls in downtown, Fairview, and sometimes Eagle River, in addition to East Anchorage, throughout the course of a shift. When I learned of this proposed ordinance, I was shocked, saddened, and scared for the prospects of our department and our city. This was hastily done, apparently not as hastily as I thought, and not nearly enough time has been allowed to consider its unforeseen ramifications. We use seniority for shift scheduling and bid for our shifts and days off. It's a process that works and allows for stability in working conditions and hours. Many choose a shift and stay there. I've worked mids for most of my career and continue to work the busiest nights of the week, which are Friday and Saturday nights, and that's by choice. I enjoy the hours, and I feel that's where I can best serve the citizens of Anchorage. A few years ago, I decided to give day shift a try. I had trouble sleeping, and my health and my marriage were affected, so I went back to mids. If this passes, we could go to everyone doing a mandatory mids, swings, days rotation. I remember this from the Army, and it was awful. It's hard on both the body and on your family life. Many of my coworkers are either single parents or dual career couples, and rotating schedules in this manner is going to cause chaos for their child care options. With the elimination of pay steps, shift differential, and education bonuses, I could return to a starting wage after nearly 17 years with APD, and it would result in about a 40% pay reduction. This is despite the increasing demands and dangers there are with my job. There are proposed restrictions on overtime. There have been times when I've gotten off work at 10 or 11 a.m. and had to go back to court for several hours at 2 in the afternoon, and then had to turn around and work patrol that night. I responded to a homicide call-out in North Mountain View a night before I got married. What bride wants to do that? Yes, it's part of my job, but I was also compensated for my time. Add in the increasing cost of medical insurance, and the reduction further increases. I've voted to forego pay raises over the years when it's been needed. We're a community, and we're in this together. Anchorage is not in a recession. We're currently economically sound, and we're continuing to trend upward. But despite what many believe, it's not about the money. We're not looking to get rich at the city's expense. We want to participate in the process and be able to fairly negotiate the terms of our contracts. This isn't an update. It's essentially a ban on bargaining. Allow us to work together and don't keep us from being part of the process. I know I'm running out of time, so I'll try to get this wrapped up. This ordinance changes binding arbitration so that the binding decision is no longer that of a neutral third party. The change will put the decision in the hands of the Assembly. Arbitration is a means of conflict resolution and has been successful in the past. Eliminating the binding decision from a neutral arbitrator and putting it in the hands of one of the interested parties is fundamentally flawed. The Assembly is already required to approve all terms of a contract under current law. We're part of a team, from the call takers up in dispatch to the folks at the maintenance shop at Tudor and Bering. Municipal employees work together round the clock to serve the public. Last Monday, which is what one of the previous speakers was just alluding to, during the early morning hours, AFD, APD, street maintenance, and people mover worked together dealing with 2 separate incidents in the cold weather. The first was a large fire that I responded to in Muldoon. Electrical lines above were smoldering, a gas line burned through, and the street was getting flooded with water. Street maintenance came out to keep the water from causing a hazard on Muldoon before rush hour started. The second was a collision that caused the gas line rupture, and that occurred while this fire was going on. People were evacuated in both cases, and in the case of the collision, people mover came out. Their buses came out to keep the citizens warm until it was safe for them to go back outside. We're not the enemy. We're working together to serve and protect you and your families. I urge you to vote no on AO 37. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Clara. If I might, just before you testify, I want to congratulate Ms. Johnston. She just became the grandmother of a bouncing baby girl. Thank you for that consideration. Please.
No problem. I'm a brand new grandmother myself. Thank you. Hi, my name is Teresa Koop. That's K-O-O-P. I am not currently an employee of the municipality. I am not a member of any of the unions represented here. I am an Alaskan. I am a woman who worked very hard to get home here. I'm a critical incident responder for the Anchorage Police Department, for the Anchorage Fire Department. I respond to the unions, private industry, and several hospitals. I'm generally speaking the person you do not want to see coming. I'm a chaplain. That means something horrible has happened, but I do not speak for the chaplaincy tonight. I do not speak for any of these organizations nor in defense of them because they do not need defense. These are honorable people. I was born and raised in Seward, Alaska. My family had a business there for 50 years. My father was a Civil Air Patrol search and rescue pilot, a volunteer firefighter, a volunteer ambulance driver, a school bus driver, and the best mechanic in the state. He held his fishing licenses. This is what this man has taught me, is that we belong to the land. But even more importantly, we belong to each other. And I'm asking you not just to hear us. I'm asking you to listen. Listen to what we're asking you. It is an honorable attempt by people in this room to come to you and say, you have the facts. I am not a statistician and I am not a budget analyst. I am a person who understands, at least minimally, people. And people want normal things. We want to do something that matters. We want to serve in a way that makes a difference. And this is what I know. I have been humbled and honored to listen to the testimonies of the people in this room. I have been humbled by the men and women who are willing to stand up here shaking. They don't want to be here. Guess where they'd rather be? At home resting, I'm sure. One after another stepping up here to ask you to listen. I have talked to so many people in the last few days, in the last 10 days. Individuals who are represented by every different ones of our unions who have all said, this is no good for me. So I'm asking you to listen. We're very aware in our, well, I guess in our national economy, socioeconomy, that we had just someone 2 days ago who was unwilling to perform CPR and let a woman die. It's been all over the news. You guys have heard it. I want you to know I don't work with anybody like that. I don't work with anyone who would prefer their job over a human being's life. And this is not about money. I know you've heard this, but there is a cost. I'm asking you to count the cost of what this will do if you pursue, if you proceed, if you'll just, I'll tell you this as I leave. When I'm working with someone or listening to someone who says they are going to take their own lives, one of the first things I ask them if they're intending self-harm, and in my opinion, this is a harmful ordinance. But I'm going to ask you this, what I ask them. Does it have to be today? Do you have to do this today, or can we sit and talk a little more? If you are determined, okay. But if you will let this honorable assembly come before you and listen to what they're saying and understand the cost. 50 years some of these people have in this community. And I belong to them, and I'm asking you to listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, Assembly, fellow workers. My name is Mark Dahlman. That's D-A-L-L-M-A-N. I'm a State of Alaska employee, ASEA, Local 52 union member. I'm a wildland firefighter. My duty station is in Delta Junction, Alaska. During the off-season, I winter in Fairbanks. But I've come back home to defend my city tonight, my hometown. There is an attack on unions, Mr. Mayor. The Assembly and the working people on the floor. Excuse me. It is an example of democratic institutions attempting to devour themselves. Let me remind you that we live in a democratic republic, of which those wonderful and powerful American principles rarely extend themselves into the workplace. Sadly, unless individuals take a stand against the ignorance that is ever and always before them, with profit-crazed crudeness in their representatives, plotting to take away hard-won democratic gains. And so the pendulum swings again in the favor of the wealthy, and we stand defending and laboring to further the principles of a democratic, civil society in the workplace. If it is democratic organization that dismays you, then what brings you to the post of mayor? You are at the highest post of this democratic republic locality, yet you diminish the concept of your post at the assembly when you diminish unions. For they are American brothers that both morally struggle to represent and amplify the voice of the people. I'm comparing the assembly to unionism as democratic institutions. The process of democracy is exemplified in the act of collective bargaining, balancing the power of the worker with that of the employer. This is the kind of checks and balances praised in the best American institutions. Often enough, the employer fancies himself somewhat of a kind of king and a tyrant. As one young woman pointed out at maybe 1 or 2 nights ago, out of the last special session, exemplified in the historical fact of chattel slavery, in which human beings, as labor, were bought and sold between employers.
Mark, I need you to conclude.
If you want to take the democratic institution of the Anchorage Assembly and use it to diminish the democratic institution of the workers here, you are adding that spark of discontent and enlightenment to the community, to the inherent nature of the class warfare that Anchorage is not immune to. It is an affront against the working people of the municipality, an affront to all working people in Alaska. I have one last statement. In the words of G.K. Chesterton, this is directed to you, Mr. Mayor, to have a right to do a thing is not at all the same as to be right in doing it. That's all I have to say. And,
Thank you.
Sorry for going over on time.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bianca Cross, C-R-O-S-S. I've lived in Anchorage since I was a small child. I graduated from here, one of the local high schools. I have a degree from UAA in criminal justice and a minor in psychology. I started work with the Anchorage Police Department in 1997, which means I just hit 15 years here. I've lived in Anchorage for over 30 years. I spent the first half of my career on patrol, working nights, where I basically grew up. And then I switched over to the day shift to work days, and then I went to detectives. And right now, I work in the Special Victims Unit. I work with rape victims and rape suspects. We investigate rapes on persons that are 16 years and older, and we do it every day, all day, many times a day. I work 40 hours a week typically, and a lot of times I work longer than that. I work with 5 other people. I should say 5 other detectives, a clerk, and my supervisor. And we do the best we can to make sure that we are all taken care of. Our call-outs come in day and night, and we all want to be home with our families. But what we've decided to do amongst each other is to just rotate our weekends to make sure that we do get time at home where we don't have to worry about the phone ringing. And despite that, on some occasions, we are all out working, and we're all out working at night. Typically, when I come in at night, I work at least 4 to 6 hours, and that's just if there's one person. If I have a suspect, I work more than that. That means my coworkers won't work there with me as well. I think there's a misconception somewhat about what I do, and I just told you. People print, or whoever prints the wages of the police department in the paper, and they get people so wrapped up in the numbers that they forget what those numbers represent. Aside from being a Special Victims Unit detective, I'm also a hostage negotiator. So some of those numbers for me mean I come out because someone got raped, someone got shot, someone got assaulted, someone wants to commit suicide, or someone wants to kill somebody else. That's what those numbers mean. They don't represent just a wage. They represent what I'm doing for the city and what my coworkers do for the city. I don't get paid just to be an officer. I get paid to perform duties, and those shouldn't go to the lowest bidder. Like everybody else in the unions, I miss holidays with my family. I miss just simple weekends and weeknights with my family because I respond to these calls. And I do it, and they call me to do it because I'm qualified. Like I said, I've been here 15 years. I've been trained in interview and interrogation, crime scene processing, courtroom testimony, and I've been trained by other officers. One of the problems I have with this ordinance is longevity pay, binding arbitration. You say it's just pay. It's not about pay, it's about experience. If I don't have that experience, who are you going to get to come in and do this and do it right? What I do has to hold up in front of court, judge, and jury, similar to what you guys are doing. I know that when I come in at night, my end result has to be satisfactory to just not me, but to everybody I work with, to the victims I work with as well. I want to let you guys know that this ordinance is, the impact is already there. It hasn't even passed, and it's already there. I saw a coworker's letter of acceptance to another department the other day. I already know that I'm working more than 40 hours sometime this week, and I'm going to be working more because people are going to leave.
Erica, I need you to conclude.
It's in the works. I'm wrapping it up. I don't think you realize exactly what this does to the police department. You're encouraging us to leave. You're encouraging us to go into the private sector where we're going to make more money. You're telling us that years of experience don't matter, and that's not true. I'm willing to bank on it that all of you ran for office on your experience. And if it doesn't matter for us, how does that matter for you? I'd just like to say you should vote no on 37.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Yes. Detective Cross, I heard you, it was kind of disturbing. One of your coworkers in the detective section got accepted somewhere else?
He's a patrol officer, actually.
Question, if this passes, are you going to be taking your skills in education and looking elsewhere too?
Yes, I will, actually. I've been here almost all my life, and I love this state, but this is something that's kind of pushed me towards going somewhere else. As much as we all love Alaska, the thing that keeps us here is that we get paid well, and that's just being honest. But family and friends are in the lower 48, and that's a benefit that a lot of people don't want to lose.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kim Nelson. And first, I did just want to briefly comment on Mr. Hall. You mentioned our behavior past couple evenings compared to this evening. I think perhaps what you're feeling is our frustration at the fact that we've been told our opinion doesn't matter. You don't care what we have to say. You're going to close this tonight, even though there are many, many more people who would like to be heard. Anyhow, I work for the Anchorage Police Department. I've worked there for 11 and a half years. I work in the records section. I'm considered a records clerk. A lot of people think a clerk is somebody who just files. I'm here to tell you that we do a lot more. It takes 6 months to train a clerk just to get the basics of the duties down. It takes another year, perhaps 2 years, to not feel like you're going to go underwater when you pick up that phone to talk to somebody. We are a 24/7 work center. Records itself, the clerks, took 15,000 reports in 2012, either on the phone or online. We processed 40,000 citations. We assisted at least 20,000 people at the front counter. We act as a liaison between the court system and other law enforcement entities. We process highly critical and sensitive reports and charging documents every day. We handle around 60,000, at least 60,000 average reports a year that we are responsible for safekeeping. Our unit also has clerks who handle the classifying of all of these reports. And our unit is only made up of 39 people. These classifiers pour through each and every report to make sure that they can provide the FBI with their uniform crime report every year. This report is critical, that it be done and it be done properly. If we were to outsource my unit, the knowledge that is needed is not going to be there. Our senior people are not going to be there. We undergo extensive background investigations just to work there. We are held to a high standard to work there. I would be very concerned at having a high turnover rate of somebody, some company who's brought in because we were outsourced, and we have people who do not undergo the same things that we do to work that job. I am a little nervous here. Okay. I want you to understand that I feel it is the responsibility of the city mayor, and the assembly to provide safe and efficient services to the public. Don't let the dollar be your factor in determining how to run this city. The city provides essential services, and you cannot replace public-minded employees with for-profit businesses. The work may be cheaper, but the services provided will suffer. As it stands, my impression is the majority of this assembly is not willing to listen to its employees, its constituents, and its voters. I have actually heard one member of this assembly say they have made up their mind. They don't need to hear what we have to say. In conclusion, I think you need to keep binding arbitration. It's like having that judge. You can't be the arrestor and the person who passes judgment at the same time. All the unions negotiate in good faith. I think the city needs to continue negotiating in good faith. Please vote no on this ordinance as it is written.
Thank you, Kim. Mr. Hunneman, I'm going to recognize you. We're making a real effort this evening for assembly members to try to hold back and get as many as we can. So,
We're good.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Am I going to be able to ask my question?
Yes.
Thank you. Quick question, Ms. Nelson. You described your confidential work, or I guess you call it confidential work, information that's not normally given to any other access to any other public member, right?
Correct.
But this ordinance, as I read it, you wouldn't be in the same bargaining unit you're in now, right? Would you still be allowed to be a member of APDEA?
No, as it is written, from what I understand, we could be outsourced.
Okay. And, well, I appreciate your information.
Okay. Thank you, Kim. Thanks, Paul. Good evening.
Good evening. No, I didn't write down anything here to say. I'm actually going to speak from here, and for those that can't see, I'm placing my hand on my heart because that's how I feel about this ordinance. I'm also going to be speaking to you guys as someone that is a new guy. So here it goes. My name is Gary Curtis. My last name is Curtis, and I'm a new guy. I was born and raised here in Anchorage, Alaska. I was born during a blizzard in the Providence Hospital. I went to Spring Hill Elementary, then I went to Cassoon Elementary when it first opened, and I was part of the class that got to decide as far as the mascot goes. I voted that we would be called the Aliens, but unfortunately that didn't go through. So I went to Romig Middle School, and then I went to East High School where I graduated. Instead of following my other classmates' footsteps and leaving the city and leaving the state, I decided that I wanted to stay here, and I went to UAA, where I studied psychology and criminal law, and I graduated from there. Now, the city has done a great thing for me. It raised me, and the community here it's one in a million. It's absolutely amazing. The citizens here are great, and I knew from when I was growing up that what I wanted to do above anything else was I wanted to give back to the community. I wanted to help not just my friends and my family, but also people that I don't know. I wanted to help strangers, and I wanted to help everyone that I could. With that being said, I decided to become an Anchorage police officer, and that is what I am now. Now, some of you might recognize me. I was part of the last academy, and for those here, you understand that our academy has gone through quite a bit within just the last year. The hiring process itself was pretty stressful. We were always wondering that day if the day would come when we would actually become police officers, or we would get the call. And I would also like to make it known that those who do go through the hiring processes with APD, as it was for us, depending on where you stopped at the process, you might not be able to apply again for several years. So I got the call, and I gladly accepted. I went through a 6-month academy, which was the hardest thing that I've ever done in my life, but it was amazing. From carrying shotguns for 10 hours out in negative 24-degree weather to also doing laps carrying sandbags in the same degree weather. It was tough, but I went through it because I wanted to protect the city and I wanted to serve the city. At the end of our 6 months, we came to this building and we had a graduation academy, our class, and the mayor was there, shook his hand. He said that we were needed and that we would go on to be fine officers. So at that point, we all went through a FTO process, a field training officer process. Several of my FTOs have actually gone up and spoken already. It was very stressful because having your basically boss sitting 1 foot next to you, yelling in your ear about everything, it's pretty stressful. But we went through there. We got through that process. Unfortunately, as you are aware, the very next thing that we were faced with was the fact that we were going to be fired. We were told, quite frankly, that, well, congratulations for getting out of the FTO process, but you guys are going to be fired. Unfortunately for that, that scared a lot of us. We ended up going through several different meetings with our union, and we actually had quite a few other agencies, including the Alaska State Troopers, come and speak to us. They wanted us because they knew that we were highly trained.
Excuse me, Ms. Elby Gray Jackson has a question for you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you can just call me Ms. Gray Jackson. Thank you. I'll let you finish, and then I'll ask the question. Thank you.
Okay, and could you wrap it up because...
Oh, I thought you were going to
yeah.
Okay. So anyways, unfortunately for the state troopers, I said no. The reason I said no is because I wanted to put my faith and my trust in this city, in this community that I was raised in, and that I trusted didn't want a decrease in services. January 1st came around, and I'm still here, so my faith was well placed. Now we're having to deal with the idea of losing benefits and pay increases and all these other things, and quite frankly, that's very stressful. And a lot of my academy mates, I've talked to them, and we're all asking the same thing. Is this what we're going to have to deal with every single year that we're here? Are we going to have to keep going through this process of, well, next year it's going to be this, or next year might be fired again? It's getting tiring. I know that several of my academy mates are already looking for work elsewhere. And quite frankly, if this goes through, I probably will be as well. And that scares me for this city because we want to all be here. We want to protect it. We want to keep it safe. But, I mean, how is this going to look for people that want to join with APD? As I said, people...
Thank you. You've gone well over the 3 minutes. And Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was, if you had known, if this ordinance was introduced during the time that you were getting out of training, would you have taken the job?
With the state troopers, quite frankly, yes. I actually, by the time everything goes through, I'd probably have several years on for seniority with them. So I probably would have went with them.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Gary.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Robin Lauster, Lauster. I'm not a member of a union, but I have a lot of friends who are. My son was one of the police officers who spoke last night. I've lived in Alaska. I'm speaking only for myself. I've lived in Alaska since 1962, most of that time in Anchorage. I've owned 5 houses over the years in the Anchorage Bowl. I expect to pay for public services in the form of taxes. When I dislocated my hip in 2006, paramedics came immediately, and I sincerely hope they were well paid for their work that day. I belong to the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, a church that makes a payment in lieu of taxes to the municipality because we know we benefit from municipal services such as street maintenance, police, and fire department services. I want quality service. I expect these people to make a decent wage, to be able to support their families and receive just compensation with earned pay raises as they are due. We're better off as a community if we pay them well and attract quality workers. I graduated from West Anchorage High School. Both of my sons have attended public schools in Anchorage, and now my grandchildren attend. I want quality teachers and a strong public school system, no vouchers. Unions secure quality teachers and quality workers. I support unions. The idea that because some unions have exhibited corruption does not mean we should get rid of all unions. Following that logic, corruption and waste should lead to the demise of corporations, the military, and government itself. This proposed AO 37 appears to have the aim of destroying labor unions. Why would someone join a union if it has little or no power to negotiate? AO 37 gives too much power to the office of the mayor, destroying the democratic system of checks and balances. I like labor unions. They brought us the 40-hour work week, health insurance, and the weekend. They created a middle class on which our country has been built. My observation is that privatization leads surely to higher costs, and these additional costs come out of the private pocket, my pocket. Arbitration works, collective bargaining works, it is fair and equitable. AO 37 is pure ALEC. It's pure evil. It doesn't pass the good faith test or the smell test. I consider AO 37 foul play and very bad for the future of Anchorage. We are in a city with no sales tax. We have no state income tax. We get PFDs. We can afford to pay for public services. I believe most people, if they knew the true consequences of AO 37, would be lined up right behind me right now. I feel I represent many Anchorage residents, taxpayers, and voters. Why is this being done? Follow the money.
Robin, excuse me, Ms. Gray-Jackson has a question.
Amen.
That was from the past. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Robin, thank you for paying the taxes on behalf of your church every year, because you're the only church that pays taxes, and every year it's just amazing to see you guys come in and voluntarily do payment in lieu of taxes. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Robin. Good evening.
Hello. I'm a little nervous, so bear with me. Assembly members, Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting us speak to you tonight. My name is Jim Powell, Powell, and I'm a proud member of the Plumbers and Pipefitters Local Union 367, and a very proud employee of AWW. I'm also an Anchorage homeowner and a super voter. I would offer AWW as a prime example of why you should not pass this ordinance. AWW's wages over the last 10 years have roughly kept up with the CPI every other year. As a result, we have fallen well below the private sector. This ordinance caps wage increases at a 5-year average of the CPI. That's the best we can do. But there's no guarantee that we'll be offered that. We compete with the other utilities and oil companies for electricians, instrument techs, SCADA techs, operators, and machinists. And we're not competing. In my shop alone, we have 4 openings. We've not been able to fill the SCADA tech positions for 3 or 4 years. And we're about to lose another one. The best we can hope for is to find an electrician or an instrument tech that we think is trainable. And when we do, as has happened recently, they go to work for the other utilities. At Asplin, we are only able to meet the required certification operator certifications by wooing back a retired operator. Our managers and supervisors are bailing. The brain drain is full on. AWW's budget is 31% labor, 41% infrastructure. That's infrastructure that needs skilled labor to operate and maintain it. You may notice that I'm a little bit gray. There's a lot of us out there who will be leaving. And as we leave, the demand for skilled workers is going to increase. The demographics are going to be a factor for all employers. And this ordinance will only hurt the muni's recruiting efforts. Now, I've only touched on one aspect of this ordinance, and I could go on about arbitration and service rec and managed competition, but there's not enough time. But if this ordinance passes as written, and I wish I knew how it was written, evidently it's still being written, I believe it will have a devastating effect on the municipality. It won't happen right away, but over the long term it will be devastating. The assembly will become judge and jury on labor contracts, and employees will become pawns of the political whims of the moment. I do not believe that will serve this city in the long run. It is astounding to me that you would even consider a rewrite of this magnitude without a wage survey. Do you really believe that all muni employees are so overpaid that we need to rewrite 100 years of labor law? Or is this really a political power play to break the unions? If so, shame on you. Because you're putting this city's health, safety, and infrastructure at risk, all to pursue a political agenda. And if that is the case, that's the very definition of legislative overreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Honeman?
Jim, quick question. You said that there were 3 or 4 positions that you've not been able to fill. Is that because you've not been authorized to fill, or you just can't find good qualified people?
Well, we haven't been. We are actively seeking 2 positions right at the moment. The other 2 are just sitting out there, but we can't fill the 2. We hired one guy, but he had a little discrepancy on his application, and so we ended up with 0. You know, the thing of it is we can find people. I mean, we can hire people, but what do you want? Are you going to get the best and brightest? No. Are you going to get the pretty good? Maybe. Are you going to get the gut shot cripples? Probably. That's the bottom line. That's where we are right now.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mike Davidson. It's D-A-V-I-D-S-O-N. I'm a 32-year resident of Anchorage. I've been a property owner, ratepayer, and taxpayer here for the last 20 of those. I'm a proud 15-year member of the Anchorage Fire Department, where I currently serve as a senior fire captain and paramedic. I've listened to testimony for several nights with all of you. I've been to all of the work sessions on this particular ordinance. I've listened to the administration and yourselves express concerns along with the employee groups. There's a common theme in the room, and that's frustration and fear. It's an administration that has the fear of implementing a new program that faces great challenges. It's your legislative body that faces fear of budget trajectories that some consider unsustainable, that force you to perhaps make the draconian decision of cutting some services to try and fund others. And as we've all heard over several nights, it's fear of employee groups. We're fearful of having their voice be reduced to merely that of a whisper. I don't necessarily know a lot about crafting ordinance, but I do know a thing or two about making the decisions with a vacuum of information and a limited time frame and a tremendous fear of the catastrophic outcome of those decisions. When you make those decisions, you have to face the families and ramifications of the decisions you make. You face a tremendous decision here tonight and over the next several nights. You have time on your side. Take the time to understand the ramifications of the decision. I'm sure members of this body felt that 5 years ago the pendulum swung too far in one direction. But in centering that pendulum, we can do so through a collaborative process, that's collective bargaining, where we can arrive at a centrist position that will serve our municipality for years to come. Swinging the pendulum too far in the other direction represents the potential for a catastrophic oscillation that will haunt our city for decades to come. I firmly believe that the introduction of special interests and funding into politics is dangerous to our democracy, even when those special interests are mine and the funds come from my pocket. Take the time to understand all the aspects of this ordinance because they're very in-depth. They fundamentally change the way that we approach employee relations in the municipality of Anchorage, and they serve, in my opinion, to have catastrophic ramifications for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Sue Lynn Van Brunt, and I work with AMEA, and I've worked with the municipality since 1997. I've seen a few mayors come and go and a few new things. Some of the things that have happened have been for the good of the municipality, and a few have not. Some of the things, I believe this ordinance is one of the things that will be bad. Now you want me to pay even more for my insurance, things like that, than I did in the beginning, and that's part of the reason I came to work for the city. It's because I got a wage and I got excellent benefits. Many people have asked me, why do I stay with the city? And I say because I get excellent benefits, even though they have come from being excellent to only being good now. So there were also many bad things like MuniMart, which cost the city a lot of money. And then when that mayor left, it just went away. Now we have Kronos and SAP, which are behind schedule and over budget. And Kronos doesn't even work correctly yet. Why would we lay off payroll clerks and have some supervisors do their jobs? Supervisors have a lot more to do that are more important than monitoring the payroll system. I do believe there is a need for change, but most of the things in this ordinance aren't good for the municipality or the employee. The municipality won't be able to recruit loyal and dependable employees if they don't offer a decent wage and benefit. There are already many vacant positions in the municipality, and it takes months, if not a year, to get all the paperwork through, even to hire someone for the municipality. In the meantime, that job isn't getting done. Other employees are having to pick up the extra work, and so only minimal work is getting done, just the most important things. There's a lot of work that doesn't ever get done. So I'm hoping in closing that you all remember you are here to represent your district, and we are all taxpayers as well as municipal employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Ms. Gray Jackson has a question.
Thank you for being here this evening. Somebody else mentioned MuniMart, and I just need to correct the record so that everybody knows. You can't put MuniMart in the same category as SAP, and Kronos, because it's mixing apples and oranges. I was the chair of the board for MuniMart, Cooperative Services Authority, and it didn't cost the city a lot of money. It worked for a while, and it didn't work anymore. So that's what happened. Kronos and SAP is another story and is costing the city a lot of money. But just to set the record straight, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Justin Dahl, D-O-L-L, and I've lived in Anchorage for about 28 years, and I'm in my 17th year with APD, where I'm a sergeant. I'm going to torture you a little bit with some of my personal history, because I'm also going to give you my opinion about this, and so I think that a little bit of background on me is time well spent. First, I'd like to say that I share a lot of the same concerns that have already been aired about the pay and benefits for municipal employees, so what they said is probably enough on that. But I have a lot of operational concerns with regards to this. Before coming to APD, I served in the United States Marine Corps Reserve here in Anchorage. I've been with APD, like I said, for a little over 16 years. I've done a lot of things at APD. I've had an opportunity to do a lot of things at APD. I've been on the SWAT team for a number of years. I've been on the bomb squad for a number of years now. I've been an academy instructor. I've been a field training officer, a firearms instructor. I currently supervise the traffic unit, and I'm one of the bomb squad sergeants. And I've also spent a fair amount of time drafting policy for the chiefs of police. In fact, for a year, that was practically my only job as I served as an operations and planning officer for the chief. I completed my formal education while I was at APD. I've got a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Alaska with an emphasis in business management, and I've got a master's degree in public administration from the university. So when I see the way that this ordinance has come about, I'm concerned, I'm frustrated, and I'm frankly scared because I can already see the operational problems that are coming down the road as a result of this, and I really feel like this whole process is really not helping anything. I was told by my assembly representative that she'd already made up her mind and that nothing I could say could possibly change her mind on that. And that struck me as odd because as a subject matter expert in how this actually affects the way the city delivers services, I would think that you'd want to hear what I had to say about that. In our agency, if somebody has a concern, they can address it with the chain of command through their supervisor up all the way to the chief of police. And in fact, I did that as a relatively junior officer and was able to enact positive change in the agency. And so I'm sort of shocked and dismayed that this doesn't seem to be the same here. And that's really the reason I'm here tonight is to address some of these issues because I feel like this is the only chance I have to address them. The mayor's staff and administration didn't come down through the department heads and ask for input. They didn't ask their subject matter experts, the people they hired to run the different departments, how this was going to affect their department. Well, that was about the quickest 3 minutes of my life. I'd be happy to answer any questions on operational concerns, but I had a long list of things that I was going to touch on, and obviously I burned my time a little too quickly. So,
thank you, Jackson. Mr. Honeman?
Can you summarize just a few that might really impact the community?
Yes, sir, I will. I think
I'm going to ask if you do that very quickly.
I understand.
Thank you.
There's so many things that it would be really hard to run through them fast, but a couple things. Availability of officers to do the job is going to be affected by tinkering with seniority. When you see seniority, you see people standing at the Sullivan Arena doing traffic control getting overtime, and you feel like they're padding their retirement. When I see seniority, I see people whether or not they're available to work. I see people whether or not they're available to, or they have the ability to plan their vacations, to choose whether or not they're going to be with their family. Seniority is a lot of things. It's not just working overtime. It's having a little tiny bit of control over your life in a profession that has very little control over what happens to you day to day. I mean, that's what happens when you're a police officer. You go to work, you don't know what's going to happen. So I think that's huge. The impact on morale, I mean, look around. I think morale is a problem here. The disciplinary process, there's language in AO 37 that says that basically shop stewards for the unions can't work or can't do any activity while they're on duty. That means that as a supervisor, if I have an officer complaint and I have to investigate one of my officers, I actually can't move forward with that process without a shop steward. That officer has a legal right to have a shop steward with them before I start interviewing them. I can't do that if they're not available. So, recruiting and retention, I think that's been touched on quite a bit. There's tinkering with the sick leave policy in there. I'm trying to imagine forcing police officers to come to work when they're not 100% fit for duty. I think that has a direct impact on the community. I mean, I could go on and on and on, and I'd be happy to, but...
I would appreciate that. And Mr. Trini has a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Sir, with all your expertise, bomb squad and everything else, are you going to stay here 37 goes into effect, or are you leaving?
I wish I knew the answer to that question. I have no idea what this is going to do. To me, this is the let's wait and see what happens policy. And what really scares me is...
Kind of like working on a bomb?
Yeah, kind of. I look around, and I don't think anybody in here really knows what the effect of this is going to be, and that's what worries me the most, is that nobody has any idea what's going to happen. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it as fast as possible, and then we're going to sit back and see, what's the result. And you're right, it's like setting off a bomb.
Is that how you train your bomb techs?
The guys that come to us that want to do stuff that way, we try to encourage to go someplace else.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jackson.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi there. My name is Amanda Fisher, Fisher. I'm an employee of the Anchorage Police Department. I've worked here for almost 12 years now. I hold both a bachelor's and a master's degree in education. I train people. I teach. It's what I do. It's what I was put on this earth for. And in that position, I'm a training officer at APD, which is, in my mind, the most honorable thing that I can do. I've searched the world over to try and find something else that would rank right up there, and I haven't found it quite yet. I get to watch people come in through the doors of the training center not quite knowing what they have signed themselves up for. Some of those people do know. They've come from a previous place where they've held this job, and they come with skills and knowledge, and they come with a basis for understanding what we're going to do. Other folks come through those doors having watched Law and Order, and so that's their world as they know it when it comes to law enforcement, and they assume that that's what it's going to be. And while Law and Order is fabulous, so is NCIS, all those, CSI, they're great entertainment. That's not what the calls of the Anchorage Police Department or most nationwide law enforcement calls are going to look like. So I get to be part of that process to show them the reality, to teach them what's going to happen when they go out on the streets in Anchorage, their first night on FTO, their first night without that person sitting a foot away from them in the car. It's a whole different world. The folks that do come to our department who bring those skills from other places, they chose Anchorage, and they chose our citizens. They chose to protect our city. We're not going to get those people anymore because they're going to look at our city and say, no way, no how can I live there? And that's an incredible loss to the citizens here. And we are going to become a training ground, as you've heard for the last, 13 hours now. We're going to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to educate these people so that within a few years they can take that education elsewhere. And then you're going to start over again with somebody else who's willing to come here for a few years, and you're going to start over again. I don't see any savings in that for our city. In addition to being a training officer, I'm also on our major crime scene response team. I fought for that position. I competed to get it. I'm that person who said, hey, I want to be the one who responds to the call where the husband shoots his infant child and his wife, and I want to spend 12 hours in that house looking at their precious bodies laying there. I signed up for that, and now I'm being told that, well, for the first several hours, depending on where I'm at in my monthly schedule, I might not get overtime for that, even though it's when I'm not normally on duty, and I won't get specialty pay for it because, well, you just won't. That's very, very frustrating to me. I respond to all, my very first call on crime scene was on my son's first birthday. That's how I celebrated, was on a homicide scene. That's what we do, and we sign up for it, and I think that we should be compensated for those skills. I'm highly trained in it. I'm a graduate of the National Forensics Academy, and I work hard at what I do, and I do it for the citizens and for the victims, for the mom and the baby laying there. It's my job to work for them, and that's what I do. The most important title that I'm ever going to hold, I'm a training officer, I'm a crime scene person, but the most important title I'm ever going to hold is mommy. I have 6 kids. The youngest is 4, the oldest is 16. The 4-year-old's the girl, the rest are all boys. Poor her. Her life will never, ever be the same. But as a mom, I have great concerns about what this is going to do to me. I'm a single mom, which means I work very hard to provide for my kids financially, emotionally, and to give them stability. I will not be able to do this if the seniority and the bidding and the shifts that we know become management rights. I can't afford to have you tell me on Wednesday that, oh, by the way, Monday next week you're going to be on a whole new shift, doing a whole new thing. I can't do that. I simply can't. I can't afford the loss in pay that I'm going to encounter with this. Okay. I'm summing. Up until this came out, I was ready to promote in this department, and I realized that rather than studying to promote, I needed to study where else I could work. And that's unfortunate because I will take 12 years of experience and training and knowledge and skills with me. I urge you to look at this from a non-tunnel vision point of view, which is where you're at right now. It's get it through. It's a pinhole that you're looking through right now. You need to back up, open the aperture of your camera, and take a bigger picture. And I implore you to vote no on this.
Thank you, Amanda. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Boardman. I really appreciate the Assemblymen and women allowing me to speak tonight. You'll be happy to know that I intend on using only 2 of my 3. So here we go. I stand before you a father, a husband, to a teacher in the Anchorage School District, an IBEW member, and a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan. I know a little bit about dictatorships and occupations. For those of you that aren't familiar with the word dictator, allow me to define it for you. Dictator, a person exercising absolute power, especially a ruler who has absolute, unrestricted control in a government without hereditary succession. In my eyes, AO 37 is being used as a stepping stone to oppressing the skilled working class in this city. I've been blessed to have had the opportunity to see this world at its worst. However, in returning home with intentions to raise a family in a fair and decent society, I see our future is under attack. Take away the ability to strike against unfair, unsafe working conditions. Take away the ability to bargain. Take away our pride in this city, and we will only be left to live in fear of this assembly and that mayor. AO 37 was a designation given to a USS Merrimack in 1941, an oil tanker. 10 years from now, I hope this is the only historical reference to AO 37. God bless the city and protect us from the decisions of the few in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Mr. Honeman.
David, thanks for your service to the country. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. And for the city.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Angela Brugliera. Would you like me to spell that?
Please.
Brugliera. I am here tonight to urge further consideration of Ordinance 37. I believe it to be not only an attack on unions in general, as well as the hardworking men and women who belong to said unions, but also a despicable attack on our community as a whole. I realize you have all listened faithfully to hours of testimony up until this point, and I do not wish to be too repetitive on the matter in concern to what you may have already heard. I am a lifelong Alaskan, have been a proud member of the community of Anchorage for over 22 years. I would like to call Anchorage my home for decades to come, but if this ordinance passes with no changes, we will have to make our home somewhere else. Tonight, I am coming to you as a concerned member of this community, the proud wife of a firefighter paramedic, and the mother to a very precocious 12-year-old boy, a boy who just the other day told me, "Mommy, if I had been at the assembly meeting last week, I would walk right up to Mayor Sullivan and take his phone away." I am a very proud mother, Mr. Mayor. Even my 12-year-old knows to put away his eye touch when people are talking and to look them in the eyes to show respect. I believe this behavior just highlights even more the disrespectful nature of this ordinance. I believe this 30-page document deserves a second and third look, and perhaps even to be taken back to the drawing board to start from scratch if need be. None of the unions were given a chance to negotiate in good faith for any potential changes, and I believe there is something inherently wrong with this. My husband, Tony, absolutely loves his job. He not only chose his occupation, it chose him. For the last 10 years, he has served our community with pride and dedication, all while gladly risking his life and health for others. I say gladly because he is happy to do this job despite the risks. It was 3 days following the Christmas of 2006 when I got the call that no emergency responder's wife ever wants to receive. Tony had been seriously hurt in an accident that morning, and the chief was on his way to pick me up. We got to the hospital, and I learned Tony was worse than I expected. Intubated and heavily sedated, the doctor told me Tony had a brain bleed and the situation was uncertain. As I looked at my husband lying there, the man I have now been married to for almost 13 years, my other half, my best friend, I wondered, will he wake up? If and when he does, will he ever be the same man I had fallen in love with so many years before? And if the worst were to happen and I lost him, what would I honestly be left with? After 4 days in the hospital, we headed home not knowing just how difficult the next 2 years would be. Without the benefits afforded him through the municipality and compensation in place at the time of his injury, this very well may have been a devastating and career-ending event. This ordinance threatens everything that protects the workers who selflessly put themselves in danger every day, and affords them even less in compensation terms when we all know that no amount of compensation could ever make up for a life-changing injury. How do you tell an employee, hey, get out there and do the best job you can, but if you get hurt, sorry, here's a percentage of what we can contribute. Now you're on your own. How do you hire and retain employees without the motivation for further education and incentives for advancements in their respective careers? What motivation is there to keep experienced employees employed here, to pass on their knowledge and wisdom to the future of this workforce? I'm telling you, the motivation will no longer be there. Eliminating the incentives is just one of the ways this ordinance will negatively affect the entire community. I will close by saying this. I wholeheartedly believe the passing of this ordinance will drive out the best of the best, which is what we have right now, and that can't be good for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I got to follow up my wife after that, huh?
And I think we've got the spelling of your last name.
Well, my name's Tony, same last name. Good evening. My name is Tony Brigliero. I'm currently a 15-year municipal employee with 5 years in Parks and Rec in the last 10 years at the Anchorage Fire Department as a firefighter paramedic and a proud member of the local 1264. I'm also a tax-paying homeowner living in South Anchorage. I'm here in opposition of Ordinance 37. I share the same passionate views that you've listened to over the course of this public testimony, but I'd like to speak directly to my interpretation of the declaration of Policy Part E, employee benefits. A short background story may be helpful as to why I feel this section is particularly needs to be addressed. In 2006, I was treating a critical patient on the way to the emergency department when our ambulance was slammed into by a careless driver. This injury was in no means foreseen or avoidable, and is just one of the many dangers and inherent risks we face working in fire and EMS. I sustained a serious traumatic brain injury and was on workman's compensation for almost a year. It took an additional year to reintegrate me through on-the-job training before I was back to providing the same level of care to the public as before my injury. I basically had to relearn how to do my job because my cognitive deficits caused by this accident from my brain injury. The way our benefits are currently structured in the collective bargaining agreement between the city and the IAFF made it possible for me to recover from my injuries while continuing to be able to provide for my family. Under our bargaining agreement, the city has agreed to help cover up to 90% of my current pay wage at the time of my actual accident. I can tell you from my experience that even a 10% decrease in my family's income made for difficulties in providing for my family, making our mortgage payment, and paying our bills. If the mayor's ordinance passes, then all the municipal workers will be placed into the same benefit package with no regard to the different inherent risk each respective worker faces. If this had been the case when I was injured, I could potentially have lost my home, not to mention the ability to provide for my family. I believe that the current benefit guaranteed by workman's compensation is 60% of our pay at the time of an injury that is sustained. A 40% reduction in income due to an on-the-job injury would be financially crippling to employees, especially in occupations where injuries are more often major and require many months of therapy or treatment to return to work. Standardizing benefits is like trying to place a square peg in a round hole. One size does not fit all. Standardizing benefits does not account for the unknown, unregulated, and dangerous environment that we are asked to protect our citizens from. A study conducted by the National Fire Incident Reporting System between 2006 and 2008, of which I did not voluntarily sign up for, I'm almost done, but was included in the study because of my injury, found out that out of the 81,000 plus injuries nationwide, 62% of those resulted in no work lost time, but 38% did. It is inevitable that public safety workers have a higher chance of getting hurt, and that at times these injuries will result in lost time. As a firefighter and a paramedic, I am not allowed to come back to my position unless I can perform all the job duties that will allow me to provide safety to the public and my crew. Chief Doug Schrage instilled in us that as our profession as firefighters, that we risk nothing to save nothing. We risk a little to save a little, and we risk all to save a life.
Anyone who finds himself in a life or death situation would expect nothing less from us. There is no sacrifice that we are unwilling to make to save someone's life. Reducing the benefits that we have bargained for over the last 40 years is sending the message to firefighters, policemen, or any other high-risk municipal worker that the city is not willing to take care of the very people they hire to protect them and provide the services they need. When second counts in protecting the public, the last thing we need emergency responders thinking about is the uncertainty that should something go wrong, our families and our own welfare may not be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Good evening.
Evening. My name is Dale Hopkins. I work for the Municipal Light Power. I'm a journeyman operator mechanic. I've lived in Alaska for 33 years, last 9 years in Anchorage, and 3 years for the municipality. I served 5 years in the Marine Corps as avionics tech, flying missions and everything else. When I got out of the military, I joined the Millwrights, Local 1501, and went through a 4-year apprenticeship program with them. Here today to ask the Assembly vote no on Ordinance 37. The immediate changes in this ordinance will end up costing the citizens of Anchorage a significant amount of money, now and in the future. The safety and well-being of the citizens of Anchorage depends on people that have the technical background to do their job fields and who will get the job done right the first time, not some contractor that's going to be hired, bring in unskilled labor, out-of-state workers, and all they're looking for is the maximum profit for their pocket. The past 3 years, I haven't heard any talk about anyone going on strike, slow down, intentional work stoppage. I would like to say that we're all professionals. And I would like to say adding 3.70.120A shows the employees of the municipality that the mayor has no trust or confidence in the employees under any of the contracts. It is currently in our contract that we cannot strike. MLP wages and benefits are not paid by the taxpayer. It's paid by the ratepayers who buy electricity, and NSTAR, who has recently been buying large amounts of natural gas from MLP. MLP has the cheapest rates in the state and sells power to other power generation facilities. And they contribute millions of dollars to the municipality's purse. I keep hearing on the radio that lots of people have been calling the city and they're for the ordinance. I really haven't seen anybody show up here and discuss that for record. There are many more issues and concerns in this ordinance. I'm not going to waste your time because everybody else seems to be doing a better job than what I probably am. In conclusion, I'd like to challenge the Assembly to research this ordinance on their own. Not just take the facts that have been handed to them, but actually go look for them themselves. You'll see that keeping what has been working for many years is good business. I'm asking the Assembly to vote no on Ordinance 37 and not to rush this decision, which will affect the health and safety and well-being of the citizens of Anchorage. And as the Assembly Member Ernie Hall said after passing Title 21, it's better to take your time and get it right than to hurry and get it wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dale. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dale, for coming out. But another for the record, and I know my colleagues know this because we all get the same emails, and I would estimate to say about 99.9% of the emails are against this ordinance. There's a few who really like it, and just a few, at least the ones who have written to us so far. So I just wanted you to know that, and everybody else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Dale. Good evening.
Howdy. Mr. Mayor, your staff, Assembly members, members of the audience, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Boy, this is a hard one. My name is Denny Gum, G-U-M. I've been an Anchorage police officer for going on 29 years, senior patrol officer, FTO, bomb squad 16 years. My time on the department has been extremely enjoyable. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. I like what I do. The officers who I work with, they like what they do. Not everyone is drawn to the profession of law enforcement. Not everybody could make it. We're not all cut the same. You have firemen, they're not all cut from the same mold, but there are a lot of people who can't be firemen. I can tell you that as a police officer in the city of Anchorage, for the last 28 and a half years, minus the time when I wasn't here deployed, there have been many opportunities for me to interact with other city union members. City union members from water, from power, in the maintenance shops, and I got to tell you, not one time in all that time have I not met a city employee who was not professional, competent, courteous, and trying to do his best. This ordinance is terrible. The Anchorage Police Department is what I can speak to. We have always hired the best and the brightest. Back in 1984, when I came on, there were 1,000, maybe 2,000 people applying for 20 positions. You got the best and the brightest. And this has continued through the years. But one of the reasons that people come here is because of family. I left the Army and took this job here as a police officer because of family, because I saw an opportunity to give my family stability, give them security, and give them a decent standard of living. The military back in 1984, as a young captain, I was making just enough to get by. It was hand to mouth every month. There just wasn't enough there. If you want us to go back to that, enact this ordinance, and you're going to have people living hand to mouth and leaving. Now, the consequences of this are you're going to go from the best and the brightest to being nothing more than a springboard. I've heard a number of people come up here, and they've spoken very eloquently, and they've presented great information. The assembly here is going to make this decision. Some of you have already made up your minds one way or the other. So really, I'm appealing to those of you who have not already chosen your foxhole. So for those of you who will be influenced by all the people who have come up here and spoken to you, please listen. These are your citizens. The problem with this ordinance, the way it's written, is that officers, when they get here, if they decide to take the job in the first place, which is going to be questionable, they're not going to stick around. They're going to go. And the senior guys, all that experience from all these years, anybody who's eligible to retire, they're not going to stick around. There are people out there willing to take care of them that have good paying jobs with security and stability. You take away a decent paying job, a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, you take away binding arbitration or any type of collective bargaining, you're going to kill the city. And the problem is the mayor probably doesn't care really in the long run because he won't be around here. It's going to be the next guy's problem, as was mentioned before.
Sir, I need you to conclude.
In closing, good to be home.
Thank you.
Welcome home.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brian Burton, B-U-R-T-O-N. I lived in Anchorage for 38 years. My family moved here in 1976. I grew up here. I went to Bartlett High School. I left state just to go to school. I went to college out of state. After finishing college, my wife and I returned to Anchorage, and we settled in the Eagle River area to raise our two children. Over 15 years ago, I was one of 2,000 people that had applied for the Anchorage Police Department. We hired 28. So I was very happy with that. After completing training, I became a solo officer. I've worked all 3 patrol shifts, majority of my time on swing shift. I did that intentionally. I had enough seniority. Actually, you don't need a lot of seniority to stay on swings. But I stayed on swing shift because my wife worked part-time, and then when she's at work during the day, I was at home to raise our kids. We didn't want our kids raised in daycare. We wanted to raise our own children. I could have moved around, but I didn't. I've worked undercover narcotics. I did just over under a year and a half working undercover in the city. I've been a field training officer since 2000. I'm also a uniformed investigator. What that means is when I'm on the street, I have special training, special equipment. I do crime scene processing, burglaries, robberies, stuff like that. I'm currently assigned to day shift patrol. And I'm against AO 37. This new law would eliminate seniority, binding arbitration, and limit pay and benefits. Like I said, I've been an FTO since 2000, so as I tell all my new recruits, day one, seniority sucks until you get some. Once you get some seniority, your life levels out. When I first got hired on, it was explained to me the same way. Once you put your time in, yeah, you're going to get bumped around from some different shifts, you're going to have some different days off, but you just hang in there, do a good job, work hard, prove yourself, you'll earn some seniority, and then you'll have some stability in your life. And that's exactly what happened. Seniority gives me good days off, I can bid for shift, I can bid for leave, and it gives me stability. And that is what keeps a lot of us here at APD. Binding arbitration. I guess I don't understand why we want to eliminate binding arbitration. We've gone to binding arbitration once, so I don't understand what the fear is of binding arbitration. An arbiter is a neutral party that reviews the facts from management and labor before making a conclusion. If the city is in the red, the arbiter could side with the city. It is fair for both sides. Oh, running out of time. I just want to touch on pay and benefits. I feel the language in the ordinance as written is very vague and it's not very clear and will hurt the city. In conclusion, I don't think Anchorage has the population to support a highly qualified police department, so we have to attract people from outside. If this passes, you will not attract people from outside and it will hurt our department greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Mr. Trini?
Just a quick question, sir. I heard about the changes you made to get the schedule you got now. So what happens if 37 passes? Are you going to leave us, join somebody else that gives you stability that we're not going to have under 37?
I don't know. My wife and I sat down and had that discussion. I'm 15 and a half years in. When this contract ends, I'll be set 17 and a half. Do I gut out the last amount of time to get to 20? The plan, as of yesterday, was to stay 25 years. I was going to stay 25. That gets my youngest boy through high school. Then I can retire at 25. If this passes, we'll have to my wife and I'll have to sit down and really check and see if I can gut out.
Family decision, isn't it?
It is. I can't make that decision on my own. It has to be family, and I don't, and I don't know how comfortable I'd feel staying here if I was just gutting it out to get to 20.
Okay. Thank you, Brian.
Appreciate it.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name is Danny Cobb. I am an 18-year member of Local 1264 and the current Urban Search and Rescue Team Leader for the Anchorage Fire Department. I would like to be clear in stating that what I will be expressing are my own personal opinions. I am speaking not on the behalf of anyone other than myself. I believe that this ordinance, if passed, will very negatively affect disaster response capabilities in Anchorage and through the rest of the state. In order to clarify that statement, I need to provide some background. Urban Search and Rescue, or USAR, is described by FEMA as the location, rescue, and initial medical stabilization of victims trapped in confined spaces. USAR is considered a multi-hazard discipline, and these skills may be needed for a variety of different emergencies, such as earthquakes, floods, tornadoes, extreme weather events, and terroristic events, just to name a few. In 1991, FEMA incorporated USAR into the National Response Plan because they recognized the serious need. Today, there are 28 FEMA nationally sponsored task forces across the lower 48. The attacks of the World Trade Center and the Pentagon on September 11, 2001 thrust these teams into the national spotlight. What's important to know about these teams in the lower 48 is that they are required to be able to mobilize and respond within 6 hours in the lower 48. However, our closest task forces are in Northern California and Washington, and it will likely take 48 hours for them to come to our assistance. That brings me to the Anchorage Fire Department USAR team. In 2004, contract language was written to provide pay incentive for Anchorage Fire Department members that gain USAR technician level certification. Today, the Anchorage Fire Department has almost 30 USAR technicians, all trained to the same standards as these FEMA teams I've spoke of. Each of these technicians has completed over 150 hours of extensive training. The important aspect of this is that due to the time constraints of everyday firefighter activities, most of these hours have been completed off duty without pay. That brings me to the ordinance. Page 7, Part H of the ordinance speaks specifically of these pay enhancements, the type that are associated with the USAR team that I'm the leader of. I will summarize real quickly if I can. Another important aspect of USAR. Currently, the Anchorage Fire Department USAR team is the only team in the state trained to these comparable FEMA task force teams. Due to this fact, we have received a great deal of federal grants for equipment and training. If our team is reduced, if the teams, if the dynamics are reduced, I'm afraid that we are not going to be able to garner the kind of funds that we have in the past. Please look at each of these different aspects that this ordinance covers and cover them specifically individually. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
A question. How much federal funding comes in to support the service you do now?
Thank you, sir. Since about 2004, we've had different chunks of money come through, and we've set it aside for different things, such as sending our technicians outside to very high-quality training. A couple years we got $20,000. A couple years we got closer to $60,000. A couple years we didn't get anything. Part of garnering this money is, of course, being a good grant writer and working hard, and we've got some great people that do that, and you have to be able to provide the background that your team is worthy of this grant money. So we should all be very proud. We've currently got a very progressive and capable urban search and rescue team here in Anchorage, and I hope that this assembly recognizes that and focuses on continuing that.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, Danny. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Eric Avalia. I work for Municipal Light and Power, journeyman lineman. Work in the transformer shop. As far as AO 37 is concerned, it's, just looking at the face of it, it's not a very well-written document, not very clear, a lot of questions. Not just by union members. We're not the only ones that don't like the ordinance. Talked to plenty of people. They have a lot of questions. One example, supervisory employees. Does that mean foremen? Foremen write jobs. Are they going to have to go non-union? I'm going to have a hard time working right next to a guy that's not part of my brotherhood, hasn't been through the same training I have, and he's telling me what to do. Managed competition, how's that going to work? Is it going to go to the lowest bidder? A lot of times that doesn't work real good. And I've had experience, working with the city with lowest bidder, and it doesn't work real well in some cases. As far as the benefits go, not real clear on that. If there's any adjustments or changes need to be made, any negotiations, everybody's here willing to negotiate. There's not a problem. But we all have vested interest in this city. Being an employee, being a taxpayer, citizen. I mean, I don't think if we need to adjust the city, make any adjustments, there's no problems with that. I don't think anybody has a problem with that. If the goal is to politicize, the Well, just looking at the AO 37, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. Just looking at AO 37, what's going to happen is it's going to end up politicizing our wages and benefits. That's not a good way to run a city. Okay, you know, you have quality people here. I'm privileged to work with some of the best linemen I've seen, you know, at the city, and you guys have some really good people. And hearing other testimony, you guys have some quality employees here. I mean, quality. You're going to lose a lot of people, you know, frankly. I mean, maybe not a lot. You might lose half, might lose, you know, a quarter if this doesn't work. You see what I'm saying? This is, you know, like there's amendments. Apparently you guys have amendments to this. What are they? You know, where are they? How many are there? So that's what I'm saying. It's not a very good document. It's not a very good ordinance. We need to, well, basically we need to get rid of it. We need to negotiate. Let's negotiate. This is garbage. Okay. I'd really hate to see this city lose quality people. What's going to happen is, you know, the services are going to degrade this city. I was born and raised in this city, and I have a big vested interest in this city. Okay, so, and I care about Anchorage. I care about my job. So, but I don't have to work here. Okay. So, and neither do these quality people. If they find something better, they're going to go work somewhere else too. So.
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Hi there. My name's Carola Diaz Rivera. First name Carola. Last name Diaz River with an A.
Thank you.
Hi. I work for Municipal Light and Power as well. I work in the customer service division. I'm a utility account representative for. I'm basically the person you call to set up service and make arrangements and things like that. I think the biggest thing that will affect me is supervisory employees that will become non-union. How that will affect me is that I know of one lead who's been working there since 1990, so that's 23 years of experience. So a lot of the leads and, you know, the foremen, they've worked there for years, and I depend on their, you know, their knowledge. So my concern is that people who aren't knowledgeable will become, you know, leads and supervisors, and that would help a lot. Thank you. Also with the, thank you. Also with the pay enhancements and loss of longevity, a lot of folks, I know I hear that some folks, that they said that they would be grandfathered in. However, I don't see that in the document. I guess that might be one of the amendments, but again, that will cause a lot of problems for those who work and have been there for many years. So many people have spoken before me. They've done such an awesome job. So basically, I think that maybe the amendment needs, the Responsible Labor Act needs to be looked at again. Maybe take some time, review it, and then bring it forth later. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. For once, I don't feel height challenged. I'm not used to public speaking, so I am a bit nervous. Assembly, Mayor, I want to thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Douglas Chin. I'm a taxpayer. I've lived in South Anchorage, Midtown, and I now live in downtown. I've had 30 years of public service, 12 years in Honolulu, and 18 years here. I've worked under where there is seniority and where there isn't seniority. And where there is seniority, even when I came here after 12 years in Honolulu, I was glad there was seniority. I think the lack of seniority opens the door to favoritism, nepotism, and coercion. I think you folks really need to think about the fact that this doesn't just affect us. This isn't about you folks making the decision. It's about every single citizen in Anchorage. Any child that's going to a bus or anybody that drives on a public street, anybody that depends on electricity, this is going to affect. I have a simple, I'm only going to talk about one very small section, and Mr. Trainee touched on it. yesterday in section 370.020E. And really there's one sentence in there that I'm going to concentrate on, and that's basically that makes the benefits all equal among all the city employees. And what I want to get at is that stress affects health, which affects performance, which affects liability. Not all the stress levels are the same. A librarian does a great job, and it's an important job. But a librarian does not have the same stress level as a fireman removing a victim from a burning building when their skin is sloughing off. A permit clerk doesn't have the same stress levels as an electrical worker trying to restore power lines in 100-mile-an-hour winds in freezing rain. Quite frankly, hundreds of volts of electricity and water to me don't mix. And a payroll clerk. What this ordinance is saying is that a payroll clerk has the same stress levels as a police officer who in a fraction of a second has to decide whether or not to use deadly force. There are a lot of things that stress affect. Ability to avoid accidents, creates poor decision making, reduces the body's ability to resist infection, maintain vital functions. It creates irritability, anxiety, and depression. Can you see the liability from chronic stress? Can you see what it would cause? In a study by Alert Solutions, which has done work with NASA, I'm wrapping it up, and I was hoping to express how I thought I could fix it, or my thoughts on fixing it. But again, I guess I'll go back to the same thing, which is that stress affects health, affects performance, affects liability. Do you want a burned out heavy equipment operator who's driving a grader that's 137,000 pounds in a snowstorm on icy streets? Do you want a burned out operator having to watch out for drunks stumbling out between cars? I think you need to consider how widely this affects every citizen of Anchorage.
Thank you, Douglas. Mr. Horniman?
If you've got something written, could you make sure you send that to each of the assembly members on what your suggestions of how to fix it or solution to that? I know you said you'd like to be able to address that. So,
may I address it very quickly here?
No, sir, we need to move on. But please submit it to us in writing.
On the assembly website, you can go
Okay,
to all.
I can do that.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Douglas.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Zach Stubbs, S-T-U-B-B-S, and I come to you today as a 32-year resident of this community. I am also a captain at Downtown Fire Station 1. I am concerned about the negative impact on this ordinance and how it will affect our community. I am concerned that there will be a negative impact on our ability to provide the level of service that the people of this community have grown to expect. And I'm concerned that there will be an impact on our ability to recruit and retain high-quality employees. Tonight and the previous nights, there have been some great speeches. To not repeat what others have already said, I will try to talk about something different. Something that has been thrown around is no big deal, and that is pay incentives. I work as a captain at Fire Station 1, and within that station you will find Alaska's largest hazmat team staffed by volunteers. I said volunteers because the men and women that work on that team have volunteered to take on that additional risk and work in addition to their normal duties for a 4% pay incentive. This is a team that was formed in 1982. It has 21 members on it, 7 of which are on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. This team requires an additional 50 hours of training per year in PPE usage, decontamination procedures, hazard categorization, chemistry incident command, and advanced hazmat life support. This team goes on approximately 250 calls per year in addition to their normal duties, which range from fuel spills, ammonia leaks, chlorine, unknown chemicals, and the infamous white powder. Daily, there are volatile chemicals that come into the port of Anchorage and travel through the AC couplet. So far, we've been lucky, but on any given icy day, something bad could happen. The members of this team do this willingly. They go into unknown dynamic situations that could cause them death to protect the citizens of this community. This is the team that the firefighters call, or APD, when they can't deal with the problem. If this ordinance passes and the team goes away, what will you replace them with? The only option now is the 103rd Civil Support Team. It is activated by request of the governor. How long do you think that'll take? How long do you want to wait when there is an ammonia tank leaking in a heavily populated area? Are you going to inform the public of this diminished level of service they have grown to expect? Please vote no on 37. Its ramifications will be far-reaching. My employees with less than 5 years on the job are already looking elsewhere. Those that have enough time to retire are looking at doing so. And it's not just firefighters. I need the water to work when I connect to a fire hydrant to put out a house fire. Man, did you guys steal that from a New York cab? I will summarize. 12 years ago, I took an oath in this very room. I took an oath to protect and serve the people of this great city I've lived in for 32 years. I pledged to risk and even sacrifice my life for the life of another. On that day, I never would have guessed that the greatest threat to this community I have seen in my entire career would come from some of the members of this assembly and our mayor. On that day, I pledged to do all I could to protect this community, and I took that pledge seriously. I would imagine you all took a very similar pledge, and tonight I ask you honor that pledge by voting no on 37 for the good of this community.
Thank you, Zach.
Are there any questions?
No, they're not.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. First off, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to express my views on this ordinance. My name is Sabrina Martino. I'm a veteran of the U.S. Air Force and a member of the Local 341. Obviously, Ordinance 37 was rushed through for some reason or another, and its reckless and negligent long-term consequences have not been thought out. This plan for managed competition is more of an entry into privatization. Mayor Sullivan claims there are many examples in the lower 48 where outsourcing work has been successful, yet I haven't heard any. Perhaps he has forgotten of some examples here in Alaska, like when the Mat-Su Borough outsourced the jobs of 115 janitors, and it ended up in a 3-year court battle with the Mat-Su CEA. That sparked a political movement, ending up with members of the school board being replaced with union-friendly candidates. Another example would be when the military hired civilian contractors to man the gates. The Government Accountability Office claims their approach for hiring the guards relied mostly on sole source contracts, and it did not provide assurance that the guards were properly screened. Lax oversight and training irregularities raised doubts about the adequacy of the guards' training. In fact, in many cases, outsourcing tends to fail because problems are caused or made worse by ineffectual leadership, process failures, and talent issues. With the way the proposed ordinance is written, I fear a problematic climate will be created. By trying to save a nickel, it may end up costing thousands of dollars. This ordinance is written to give the Assembly the final say on things they may be unsuitable to make the call on. You are at your jobs because you know how to do it. That's what you're trained and specialized in. You don't know every aspect of our career fields well enough to be able to make the calls on how many hours it may take or determining what kind of equipment may be needed. Making uninformed, rushed decisions is never a good thing and can prove to be a very dangerous idea, not just for me, but for Anchorage and its citizens who rely on highly trained individuals. Ordinance 37 states that it will charge unions 50% of labor costs. Also written is a new provision that will award the final say in contract disputes to the Assembly, who now has the power to impose the last best offer. If the administration is adamant, it just has to wait while charging the labor unions. Once back in the chambers, the administration's original offer can be chosen. Talk about having your cake and eating it too. If the unions feel they get shafted, This bill mentions a ban on strikes, even though page 21, line 29 states we do have the right to strike. Many contradictions in the ordinance prove it was rushed and not well thought out. Ordinance 37 states an organization may not hinder or prevent by threat the pursuit of lawful work, but it hinders and prevents by threats and intimidation our lawful right to strike by saying it will petition the Supreme Court for an injunction. The National Labor Relations Act states employees have the right to engage in concerted activities for the purpose of collective bargaining or other mutual aid or protection. This ordinance will strip us of longevity and performance-based pay by rewriting it to restrict our contracts, salaries, and pensions. I think it's very poorly planned, unthought, and I oppose it.
Okay. Mr. Trini?
Ma'am, just to add something to it, I don't think they rushed it. I think they designed it on purpose because they started in August. But beyond that, the way it's written, the decision comes to the Assembly, but the mayor, if we have 6 votes, the mayor can then veto it. It ups it to 8 votes. It's a massive charter change without submitting this to the voters of Anchorage to see if they want that kind of a charter change. But thanks for being here.
Thank you for the time to talk.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Doug Logan, and I was hired by ML&P in 1977, and I've seen many political battles come and go. The mayor is demanding huge changes to many people's lives, riding on the anti-labor fever going through the lower 48. Changes of this magnitude need to have an overwhelming number of reasons why there's a reason to change such disruption to so many lives and so many work situations. When a company needs to make huge changes to its workforce, it will do at least one cost-benefit study. Now, I may have missed it in all this, but how much money does the mayor project will be saved with these changes? And will it outweigh the extra administrative cost to implement the changes? And there are always unforeseen issues that arise and cause delays and have costs that cannot even be imagined at this point. And as I said, I've seen many political battles come and go, and I can foresee, as I'm sure that most of you can as well, that the Assembly will be revisiting this issue from time to time for who knows how many years down the road, 15, 20 years. There will be costs down the line that will lead to tax increases and not to any tax reductions. So members of the Assembly, I urge you to vote this proposal down, avoid the quicksand, and why would we do all this? To avoid something that's not broken in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the Assembly, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Cesar Martinson. My parents have lived in this community since 1973. I was born and raised in this city, which I love, and plan to spend the rest of my life in. 3 years ago, my mother had a medical situation where her lungs collapsed. I was home with her, and I was forced to call 911 and have the paramedics come and take her to Providence. To all those in the room who are firefighters, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for answering that call. My mom is alive today because of you. Thank you and God bless. This ordinance is a disgrace. And it is a disgrace not just because of the privatization provisions, but because of the fact that it was drafted in secret without consulting with the public, and quite frankly is just disastrous. You know, Pat Flynn is my representative. My proudest moment with him being my representative was when he called this ordinance stupid. But quite frankly, I think that he was too tame. I find this ordinance to be sinister. I find its intent to be very dark, with the way that it was crafted in secret and with the disrespect to the public. Yesterday, the mayor was sitting down on his BlackBerry while people were giving public testimony. I think that symbolizes the problem that has gone on with this. In closing, I would like to quote one of what is some considered to be the greatest advocate of human freedom in the 20th century and his views on unions. It is the right of free men and free women in democratic societies to organize and collectively bargain in the workplace. Any society which restricts this crucial human liberty is a society that represents the worst aspects of a totalitarianism. Ronald Wilson Reagan. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Hall. Through the chair, before I start, I would like to thank you guys for your patience with everybody during this. This has been pretty big. It's gone on much more than the Title 21. A lot more people have shown up. And through the chair, I'd like to thank Mr. Trainee for mocking me last week or the week before regarding fluoridation because it inspired me. I'd like to thank you for that, and I'm still waiting for the refute. You guys are going to move on that really soon, I promise you. Now, I will take my time to speak. There was a time when the term public servant meant something. It meant making sacrifices. It was a calling. It was not about just getting more benefits and better pay. It was a field that people got involved to not for selfish personal gain, but to do something better and bigger and be part of something better and bigger. It was to honor that call to serve your community. You didn't get involved with this because you wanted money and you needed the benefits and you got seniority and you got to sit back. You did it because you cared. That's why I have thought through many years of my life that the most noble profession out there were teachers, because teachers got involved. Why? Not for glory. They got involved because they cared. The problem today is that teachers are nothing more than indoctrinators. They don't teach critical thought. They teach you follow the herd. Repetition learns. There's nothing about a question pops up in your head and seeking out for yourself. Continuing on, the recent trend towards collectivism in this country and a communitarian agenda is disgusting. One result of this is it's created that new society. It's the government worker class. They're dependent on the taxpayers' dollars, and they're going to take as much of it as they possibly can. They have demonstrated this, that they think they're better and that they're entitled to more than the regular working schmuck that's out there working just as hard, gets up just as early, and has children that he cares about just as much. When we talk about collective bargaining in the public sector, we easily forget that the sector union reps, who they're really bargaining against. Many people think today that they're bargaining for the common man against the proverbial rich fat cat smoking a cigar, flying in his corporate jet. It couldn't be further from the truth. They are bargaining against their neighbors, the guy who works just as hard, gets up just as early, and loves his family just as much. The guy that's getting squeezed by the government by ever-increasing taxes and decreasing civil liberties. The fact that public employees in Anchorage are some of the highest paid in the country is actually nauseating to me as a Detroiter. I've lived in Detroit, I've lived in Chicago, I've lived in New York. And guess what? Anchorage cops make nearly twice as much money as those down there in the lower 48 in a city like Detroit, where I am from. And I trust you, Anchorage is paradise compared to Detroit. Okay? And again, they want more money. I live in Spenard. I don't see cop cars parked in Spenard. I see cop cars parked up in Hillside and Bayshore. Not exactly doing too badly, are they? Continuing on, another issue at hand with this proposition is the arbiters and how that is happening. Well, I personally feel like you people who are held accountable by the public through elections are a heck of a lot better a body of people to arbitrate these contract disputes, because you are held accountable. You're not on a payroll. We're not getting some arbitrator that's getting paid high dollar to do this kind of stuff.
I'm going to need you to summarize.
Yeah, okay. I remember actually 2 weeks ago when there was a woman that spoke about 10 minutes because it was her first time. I've paid my dues. Thank you, and I'm almost done. Also at issue is who pays the salary of the union reps. Currently it's split 50-50 between the city taxpayers and the dues payers. The proposal would shift this responsibility to the unions and squarely on the unions, and this is what should be done. There is no reason that a taxpayer should be responsible for half of the salary of a union rep. It just is insane. Now, I know these unions have the money to do it because they have spent exorbitant amounts on campaigns. You can just ask Mr. Trainee how the unions spend money on campaigns. Ask Mr. Honeman and some of the others where their money comes from.
I'm assuming that you're done.
I am not done, sir.
Well, I need your name, and you're out of time.
I'm not trying to say that the desire to acquire wealth is an exorbitant vice. That certainly has an idea
Sir?
placed in the American system. However, those who feel that their
Josh?
priorities would be better served pursuing careers as entrepreneurs in the corporate world leave public services to those
him out,
who truly
Josh.
desire to serve the public rather than extorting every last dime from them. Thank you very much. And I would also like to thank Mr. Mayor for your courage in this, and I really encourage you to run against Mr. Begich. I will support you.
Escort this gentleman out of the building, please.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Assembly members, thank you
Please,
again.
just a moment. Let me get this gentleman out of the room. I don't want him to disrupt you. You're the one. Go ahead.
My name is Paula Archer. I was born and raised here in Anchorage, Alaska on the west side. I currently live there. I also grew up in a family of entrepreneurs. I am probably a minority in this group, as I myself am a business owner and have a college degree. I've owned 2 successful businesses. I am not a member of any group that will be directly affected by this legislation, but I will be affected by this legislation, and I do not like it. Recently, I've had very interesting experiences. I went back to school after my bachelor's to get my degree in paramedic technology. I have done that so that eventually I might join the Anchorage Fire Department. In doing so, I got to intern with the fire department. They were a very, very professional organization, a very knowledgeable organization, highly skilled. Following my internship up here, I had to finish my paramedic license by doing an internship outside. In doing so, I was placed with a program that was outsourced. So I worked with an individual EMS program, and I can tell you that it is far cry from the Anchorage Fire Department. Far cry. My fellow classmates who also were placed in other EMS organizations had very similar experiences. The separation of fire and EMS led to poor teamwork, actually longer call times because you had to transfer from fire to EMS, poor service because the paramedics were more involved and more worried about how to save the company money than they were about patient care. And that's what it's all about. Would you people rather have somebody show up who is willing to do everything necessary to save the lives and help the injured of those around you? Or would you rather have somebody who's sitting there worried about the fact that some of our needles cost $150 a piece? That $150 needle could be priceless in an emergency situation. Also, it fostered, I noticed, a total decrease in morale as medics were not allowed to work up to their potential. Here in the fire department, the Anchorage Fire Department, and also the police, people are held up to a higher standard and they are promoted to do so. These are good things. Public safety in its entirety is threatened by this measure, and people forget, in an emergency response, it's not just the police department, it's not just the fire department, it is the AWWU guys who show up, it's ML&P, it's the plow truck drivers who clear the streets so that we can get to an accident. It's everybody involved, all of the clerks, everybody who supports that staff. This is just one of my many problems with this ordinance. Everybody's kind of hit on the fact that it's pretty poorly written. But as a small businesswoman, I am also concerned. I'm the granddaughter of one of the founding members of this community, T.A. Mick McKeever. Many of you might remember, or your fathers might remember him. I know he helped support this community a long time. He taught me one thing. He taught me in business, you might have to crawl over people of your own rank and your own responsibility. You might even have to kick them off the ladder, but you never, ever hurt the backs of the people holding that ladder, which are all these people here in this room tonight. These are the workers. I, as a small business person and community member, think this is a terrible thing. I agree with these people. Please vote no.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Larson Hess. Thank you for taking such a long time, Mr. Mayor and the Assembly, to hear everybody speak. I'm here before you to contest to Ordinance 37 for many reasons. A little bit of history was back in 1892, as I recall, a guy by the name of Carnegie, if you ever heard of him. He was a steel plant owner. He owned many plants, and he was the world's richest man at the time. He decided to cut the pay of all of his good, hardworking hands that was making him the richest man in the world. Why would you want to do that? They're very good hard workers. And so, as I did what little research I could on that, it made me wonder, why would we want to pass Ordinance 37 where, like, I don't know, I read through a lot of it. A lot of it didn't make sense to me, but I did read one part where it said something like, you can't have a strike. You can't put your foot down and say, you know, I don't agree with what's going on here. I'm going to stop my job, whether it's for safety or whatever, and I'm going to say something to my supervisor. And after you metaphorically speaking gut, I'll say the unions or whatever, you know, due to Ordinance 37, you can cut their throats even more. It's just a big snowball effect. It's a big accumulation of unfairness to a true hardworking American who believes in good quality products, good production, and a good quality of life. Alaska has, according to the U.S. Department of Labor, Alaska has, besides Hawaii, the highest average paid citizens in here. And they also have the highest benefit package. Why would you want to take that away from them? I am speaking for not only myself as a member of the Labor's 341 and also 942, but as any other union in here who has worked their money sign off. And you want to take away their retirement and what they stand for, and those good men that died at Carnegie's Homestead Steel Mill. In closing, I oppose Ordinance 37, and I would like to see Anchorage stay an American city. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Good evening.
For the record, I am Dean Dunsmore, last name spelled D-U-N-S-M-O-R-E. I am not and have never been an employee of the municipality of Anchorage. I am not and have never been a union member or in the positions covered by a union contract. However, I am speaking here today in opposition to Ordinance 37. But first, I'd like to know from somebody I heard earlier tonight, it sounds like there is maybe a proposal tonight or a motion to close testimony on this ordinance tonight. Having sat through, now I think this is the third night or so of testimony I've heard, I have seen our employees, because I am just speaking as a resident of Anchorage, our employees who see that they're going to be seriously affected by this ordinance and who want to speak to you. I think the fair and honorable thing to do is to make sure they have that opportunity. So if that motion comes to you, I urge you to reject it. Now, the other thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to try to make it very brief so other people can speak. I'm going to say what I think is obvious. All the testimony I've heard almost universally by the employees were they're proud of the work they do. They want to provide the services to the city, and they will go the extra mile to do it. That is the type of thing where you give somebody a pat on the back, at least. But what I see Ordinance A37 is a kick to the groin to our employees. And that's not how you get good services and continue to provide them. That's not a management tool. I don't think there's a reputable business school in the country, and I know there are some probably among you who think the government should be run like a business. But I'm sure there's not a reputable business school that says, you kick your employees in the groin, that's the way to make them work. Our employees deserve better than that, and I urge you to reject Ordinance 37. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jason Penman, P-E-N-M-A-N. I've served the community of Anchorage as a police officer for the Anchorage Police Department for over 18 years. I am the firearms range master and department armor, and I'm also the assistant team leader for the sniper team. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, second-generation law enforcement officer. In addition to being a law enforcement officer, I'm a husband of an Anchorage School District teacher, a father of three, and a community member in Miss Frasca's district. I graduated from Diamond High and have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I chose to become a law enforcement officer because I love this community and wanted to serve the people here. When I researched APD, it had good pay and benefits and a great reputation for being a professional department. That's what attracted me to this department here. I understood that I wouldn't get rich working as a police officer, but I'd be able to provide for my family. AO 37 strips just about all the rights that the municipal unions afford to their members. This ordinance also cuts all the incentives for good qualified persons to become a police officer and retain them. Just yesterday, I was called out to an intoxicated man brandishing a rifle in South Anchorage. The man barricaded himself inside the house and refused to come out. That call, I understand. I can wrap my head around those risks. What I can't wrap my head around is how my elected officials shake my hand with one hand saying what a good job I and the department is doing, but yet with the other hand cut off my legs out from underneath us. And I thought the drunk guy with the rifle was dangerous. I have seen the qualified pool of applicants for police officers dwindle steadily over the years. Why? Because of pay and benefits. If you want good quality employees, you have to give them good quality pay and benefits. It's simple. You get what you pay for. We have a very ethical and professional department. If AO 37 passes as it's written, two things are going to happen. You're going to lose those highly trained officers, and you will not attract quality applicants. If you asked me 3 months ago what my career plans were, I was planning on staying here at least 25 years. If AO 37 passes as penned, I'll be looking to retire next year and find work elsewhere. You will lose employees who can retire, and a large number of those under Tier 4 PERS who only have a 401k will walk out. They'll take their retirement with them. You could lose a third to a half of your department in 2 to 3 years. Think about that. Who would replace these highly trained officers? You get people staying here for 2 to 3 years and then go someplace else. Ordinance 37 is a department and community killer. It kills the number of quality officers. It kills morale. It will kill the ability for the employees to make a decent living. It will kill the level of service to the community, and it will possibly kill the political careers of those who vote in favor of 37. My oldest son, who is an honor student at Diamond High School, has expressed interest in being a pilot, an engineer, or a police officer. If AO 37 passes, there is another thing it will kill: me. It will kill me to look my son in the eye and tell him, if you want to be a police officer, don't be a police officer in Anchorage.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Hall, Assembly members, Mayor. My name is Walt Johnson, spelled Johnsson. I stand before you as a citizen of Anchorage. I'm not a city employee. That seems to be a rarity during these things. I don't feel, honestly, I have enough information about this ordinance to testify here, especially when I find out that it's subject to amendment very shortly, which may drastically affect my opinion of it. If having to make an opinion right now, I have to say I'm against it, 100%. I haven't seen anything in here I really like. It looks to me like an attempt to negotiate or to legislate because you can't negotiate. I mean, I see the member. I've sat here for 3 days and watched the members, the employees of the municipality, and I got to wonder, you know, is this really good for morale? I mean, my particularly opposed to giving up excuse me. I'm particularly opposed to giving up binding arbitration. That was something we, as a country, we said, okay, you gave up the right to strike. You gave up the right, you know, you're not going to disrupt services, so we give you binding arbitration as a thing. One of the things I found just a few minutes ago from Mr. Trainee is that even though they negotiate in good faith, if the assembly finds for the unions in their negotiations, the mayor can veto it. That was something I'm not familiar with. You know, it disturbs me that these type of things have not been made public. You know, it's like the mayors get his way no matter what. It's been my experience that I'm sorry, I'm not speaking very well. To be quite frank, years ago I used to work for the Anchorage Times as a photojournalist. I got to see what happens behind the scenes to the police officers. I was there when I was covering the scene when Mizell got shot. I was covering the scene when Pat O'Brien got shot, or Mizell got killed and Pat O'Brien got shot. I don't envy their job. Anybody that says they can go out there and do it, go for it. You know, I have seen the people in the municipality curse the city workers when they do an average job, and say it was their job when they do an outstanding job. You know, it should be expected. I'm confused about that. And then you come up with this stuff, and you know, I'm a taxpayer, I'm a homeowner, lifetime Alaskan, and a 52-year resident of the city. In summary, I'd like to make one more point. I'm really ashamed that the residential rate for AEWWU has gone up 33% in the last 5 years, and you guys still you've got an outstanding contract? And you haven't been able to settle? Come on. Don't tell me it's about price.
Thank you. Good evening, Rod.
Good evening. My name is Rod Harris. Thank you, Chairman Hall, and the members of the Assembly for the time tonight. I've been in this community since the late 70s. Came up here with my family. My dad brought us up from Seattle. My brother and I were both raised in this community. My wife, who's a union flight attendant, has the ability to negotiate for her working conditions and such. We've raised our 3 kids in this community, and I'm honored to serve as a firefighter at Station 3 over in Mountain View, and as well as the president of the Anchorage Firefighters. On February 8th, Mayor Dan Sullivan introduced an ordinance to you, the elected Assembly of Anchorage, that would amend the collective bargaining rights of Anchorage's municipal employees. He did this in a manner that was supposed to leave all of us believing that some level of responsibility was missing from the way the city relates to and manages its public employees. But the backroom manner in which this legislation was drafted and introduced tells the real story, that this is just another attempt to cast a negative light on the men and women that provide the city services to the citizens. There is nothing in this ordinance that cannot be worked out in a collective manner between the employees of this city and the administration. But you have to actually have a desire to do that. Where every mayor before has had that desire, this mayor has simply decided to accomplish his work through politics. He's banking on the assumption that he has the votes from this body, and now we are all rushing through this process to get this done before the upcoming April elections. This ordinance is simply the work of an administration that does not want to sit down face-to-face with its employees, but would rather mandate and legislate its employees. We have tried repeatedly, and I'm speaking on behalf of the firefighters here, the union, we have tried repeatedly to work with this administration, but it is hard to achieve a successful resolution when only one of the two parties is willing. Our latest effort was during this last budget cycle. The mayor was initially projecting another shortfall for 2013, so we came in ready to work on the problem as we have always done. After 6 weeks of back and forth with no resolution, we told the mayor that we were willing to just open up the contract and negotiate a new deal with him. He refused that offer and ultimately settled to close Tender 9 out at Huffman Road on the days that it would result in overtime. Everyone on this assembly has had the opportunity to meet with members of the Firefighters Union in a professional manner to discuss the ordinance in great detail as it pertains to the fire department. And you know the level of impact this will have. Does this body actually support an ordinance that makes it possible to staff a fire engine in this city with only 1 or 2 people on it? Well, you might claim that that is not the intent of the ordinance or that the administration would never support such a drastic move. The proposed changes do allow for it, and you are only paving the way to do just that. Why does this ordinance go as far as stripping away our ability to discuss safety issues at the bargaining table? This only aims to silence the city's workforce, the same workers who advocate for safety issues that have a direct impact on the level of city services that are provided. And we do so with only the public's best interests in mind. We are not distracted by political agendas. We pride ourselves on delivering the highest quality of service to all of you. All we ask in return is a fair process that grants us the ability to meet with the administration and provide for reasonable arguments about our working conditions, to discuss fair wages without unrealistic limitations, and to bring legitimate reasons forward that justify the benefits. Just because something is discussed in negotiations doesn't mean that the employees prevail every time. It is a fair and balanced process.
Rod, I need you to conclude.
I ask each of you to acknowledge the true intent of this ordinance and to vote it down. The people of Anchorage don't support this type of legislative process. Thanks for listening, and more importantly, for making an informed vote.
Thanks, Rod. Mr. Trini?
Rod, do you think a better approach would have simply been for the administration to ask us, do you think they should go to the unions to see if we can work out an extension on the contracts to give them sufficient time to come up with a good ordinance, working collaboratively with the unions? Would that have been a better approach than pushing this on the table and telling us you have to do it right now because the world's ending and we're going to labor negotiations?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, I only speak for one group, but of all the bargaining units in this city, I can't say that one of them would turn down the city, an offer like that from the city, to collectively come forward, provide, an extended period of time before, these contracts are up to work out things like, the health care issues that we're facing and stuff. Everybody acknowledges that.
Thank you, Rod. I appreciate your testimony.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Fisher, Fisher. I currently work for the cop shop, and I'm also the resident tire guy. Very honorable position, as a lot of these people know. Long story short, I just want to speak to this Ordinance 37 because I'm kind of, I don't come to this place understanding legalese or, stuff like that. I graduated college, but, applied technology. So no more than I want to try to tear apart a legal document, any more than you want to come down and, tell me how to tear apart a wiring harness of a car. So I'm going to leave that to you. And I do appreciate the work that you all do. We also do the work of work. And that is something that I've seen in my generation that's starting to diminish. And so And just one thing real quick I want to clear up, like, not every day do I think about taxpayer dollars, but every day I come to work to earn it. I don't come to work to, I know that's implied, but I just wanted to state that, people come here to earn their wage, their benefit. When I had the opportunity to work for the city on cop cars, I leapt at it because, in the line of work I do, there's flat rate, there's upselling, there's corner cutting, all these things will also be seen in outsourcing my job. But I had the opportunity to take a job where you're paid to do the best job, the right job, the job that's needed, and oh my goodness, that just, it fills up my heart to know that, like, I have a job like that, because believe it or not, they're getting more rare. And so I was really thrilled to get this job, and like, I see the worth of my work, and I see the worth of other people's work here. And I believe that any job has worth or worthiness, and every job has a calling. And the job of your guys' job is a very high worth and of a very high calling. And I encourage you to look at Ordinance 37 and the quality of people that have come to speak against it and the quality of people that have come to speak for it. And, is this the worth of your work? I would say that, like, I believe you guys are worth more, and I believe you're better, and I believe that through collaboration we can come up with a solution. I'm just going to close with a one-sentence quote from Aristotle, because this is a problem that goes back, a few thousand years. And he said, "Pleasure in the job produces perfection in the work." Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Scott Sammons, S-A-M-M-O-N-S. I have not ever worked for the city, or nor is any of my family. It's my hope not to work for any of you anytime soon. I come to you tonight as a fiscal conservative, longtime registered Republican, citizen from Anchorage's 5th District. Mr. Honeman, I campaigned against you. I have been won over. I don't know Mr. Trumbley that well at this time, but I'm sure I'll get to know him much better soon. Other voters far more knowledgeable than I am of Alaska and Anchorage have spoken at length about the history of the city's labor relations history. I have a different point of view since I've lived the future that I believe that the Sullivan administration is striving for. 9 years ago, I relocated from Arkansas to Alaska seeking a better way of life. Don't get me wrong, I love my home state and the family relations that go back prior to the Civil War. What it lacks, however, is an economy. There, life goes on with the most cutthroat competitive bidding that you could ever ask for. There are no public worker unions. There are virtually no unions at all. Arkansas has kept taxes very low since its inception at the expense of roads, infrastructure, and has become a retirement destination for more affluent regions of the country. What Arkansas does have is political patronage employment. Every election, there is a risk that the new administration will install its cronies into the plum positions. From grader operators to revenue department clerk, jobs are doled out to show political appreciation. The sheriff's office in my home county has been investigated for selling insurance to drug dealers. Road maintenance and fire protection services are dependent on political contributions. A neighboring town experienced damage from having a political appointee licensed plumber who used a less expensive residential pressure switch for its water treatment facility and stressed the plumbing throughout the town, causing hundreds of thousands of dollars of damages that town could not pay. It goes on and on. In my home county, the minimum wage is the prevailing wage. Property values are stagnant, and most workers are uninsured. Few have a real retirement plan. I left Arkansas to come to Alaska as a mortician. The large corporations offered a much better working conditions and wages than what I experienced at home. I sold my house on a very nice, improved 3/4-acre lot for $42,000 and maxed out the market. I used that as a down payment for a much smaller, older house in Anchorage. The quality of the schools, the quality of the roads, the fire protection services, etc., made that worthwhile. My assessment has gone up every year as a result of those quality services. Ordinance 37 is badly crafted, poorly thought out, and it's beyond salvage. If competent mayors from the past 40-some-odd years have been capable of negotiating under the current plan, surely even Dan Sullivan can strike a fair bargain with the very willing workers that Anchorage has to offer.
Thank you. Mr. Hahnemann has a question.
Mr. Salmon, my son-in-law actually hails from Arkansas, and he researched it. He's thinking about getting out of the service and found the same concerns, and so he's seeking elsewhere, or he may stay in the service as well.
I made $28,000 in Arkansas and was on call 3 nights a week on a waiting to be engaged basis. It's a tough way to make a living. Here in Anchorage, since the large corporations have left, if you're not a family member, you're not going to make more than $42,000 as a mortician, a licensed funeral director and embalmer in the state, in the city.
Thanks for taking care of people at end of life as well, and thanks for welcoming.
Hope not to serve you anytime soon.
Thank you.
I'll echo that.
Good evening.
Good evening. Members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your time and I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak. I hope that you allow the more than 80 people that are signed up and waiting in line to continue to speak on this, because I know they've been here the whole time and have important points to make. My name is Kyle Cunningham. I work for Watershed Management Services with the city. I've been there about 5 years now. It's a division of Public Works. I do stream and drainage way mapping. We handle NIPDIS compliance and reporting. I do GIS work, water quality monitoring, code enforcement, things like that. I was born and raised in Alaska, graduated in the top 1% of my high school class, left the state for college, got my degree, and came right back because I love this city and I knew this is the place that I wanted to be long term. I just bought my first house in the city this past spring, paid my first round of property taxes, did not bat an eye about paying property taxes. I love paying it. I think we enjoy great city services here, and I don't want that to change, so I don't have any problem with that. I've been listening to every day of testimony so far, and I've been struck by a few things. The first day, people were asked over and over again to provide specifics about, what they didn't like about the ordinance, and so the next day you had people lined up with pages and pages of itemized things about what specifics they didn't like about the ordinance. I've heard, and then I had a speech crafted on that, and I scrapped that because you guys have heard all that stuff over and over again. You've been asking a lot of people now, what are they going to do if this passes? And I've heard over and over again, most people saying, I don't know what's going to happen if it passes, because the point is, we don't know what is going to happen because of this. It is so vague and unclear about what's going to happen to pay and benefits that I can't give you an answer to that question right now until I find out what is actually going to happen. Points about managed competition and things like that. We have all sorts of contracts in the city right now. We contract out all sorts of work. It works fine. I don't see why it needs to be handed down, legislated in a ordinance when, especially without consulting with department heads and supervisors, or who would be the people that would actually be managing those contracts, or I hope would be managing those contracts and directing the work. I think that everything that is reasonable that you guys are asking for in this ordinance can be accomplished through collective bargaining and the process that is already in place. I don't know why we're trying to scrap this. I'm especially concerned about the fact of impasse resolution being taken away from arbitrators and given to the assembly as that's something that it was set up to be an impartial system, and I don't see how it could be impartial if it's given back to the assembly. you've heard a lot of terms like buy-in, institutional knowledge, pride, and ownership. That's what at stake here if you pass this. You're going to lose a lot of people. I'm almost finished here. I don't think this proposal needs to be amended. I think it's fundamentally flawed, and I think it needs to be thrown out. I think anything that is reasonable can be accomplished at the bargaining table. If any of you that don't see this for what it is just a power grab by the mayor who doesn't want to play by the rules of collective bargaining, you're just kidding yourselves or you're playing a political game. I grew up in awe of this city and this chamber and what it stands for, but if this passes, some of my deepest concerns and fears will be confirmed that we've lost our city to politics. And something I wanted to ask about. I heard earlier, Mr. Trainey, you mentioned that $30,000 or more was spent to craft this ordinance given to a contractor. Did I hear that correctly?
Do you mind if I answer, Madam Chair?
This is
Yeah.
the last point.
Yes.
$29,500.
Okay.
$500 beneath the cap where we'd have to be consulted on it. Yes, sir, that was done.
And this is all we got for it? $30,000 crafted this?
Thank you.
That should serve no
They
notice.
spent about another $100,000.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you very much.
That should tell you how managed contracts are going to be handled.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bronson Fry, spelled F-R-Y-E. I would like to thank you, first of all, for taking my testimony and everyone else's testimony. I know it's a lot of work, a lot of time, but it truly is the right thing to do, and I appreciate that. I am not a municipal employee or related to any municipal employees. However, I am a lifelong Alaskan. I was born and raised in Homer. I moved to Anchorage when I was 18, and I've lived up here the last 13 years. To be honest with you, I didn't know much about unions or collective bargaining until I started an apprenticeship in the Painters Union when I was 19. And throughout the course of my career, I've been afforded several opportunities to participate in the negotiating process with the contractors that are signatory to our collective bargaining agreement. And one of the things that was always emphasized to me was the obligation, truly the obligation of both parties to negotiate in good faith. And that's really what brought me here this evening, because when I picked up the newspaper and read about this proposal from the mayor, the one thing that jumped out at me, not being a municipal employee, was the provision that said if the two parties are negotiating and reach impasse, instead of getting an objective third-party arbitrator that understands the nuances of these type of contracts, the two proposals from each party would come to the assembly for a straight-up yes or no vote. And that sort of was a concern of mine. It sort of jumped out at me because it really seemed to undermine the spirit of collective bargaining. And it really seemed to take the motivation to negotiate in good faith and place that motivation on having as many friends on the assembly as possible. And I believe that it would be truly tragic if a terrible, outrageous proposition was made that was essentially sat on until impasse was reached, and then we saw in the blink of an eye broad, sweeping, unilateral changes that could end up being truly devastating for hundreds, if not thousands, of municipal employees. So, in summary, I am here this evening to lend my voice in strong opposition to this ordinance because I believe that it undermines the spirit of collective bargaining and it places the emphasis where it should not be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I couldn't get, was it your first name again?
Bronson, B-R-O-N-S-O-N.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Littleton, Littleton, and I've been a resident of Anchorage since 1975 and an active voting member of the community since 1982. I'm here tonight because Municipal Ordinance 37 concerns me. Being a union member myself and not working for the city, I see the benefits to the community of a collective bargaining system like we currently have, both in the public sector as well as privately. As the ordinance is currently worded, the potential for the outsourcing of public services would not only open the door for local money to be taken out of the community, but basic services such as 911 dispatch could be handled from out of state or worse yet, out of country. How can that benefit the safety of our residents? Having 3 children, including a special needs child, that greatly concerns me. Also, being a property owner, I don't want to see my tax dollars not being filtered back into the community. In conclusion, it is my belief that this ordinance as written has been poorly thought out, and to approve it at this juncture would have a devastating impact on the citizens of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Walters, and I'm here tonight to speak out strongly against Ordinance 37. And I'm not happy about being here. In fact, I'm shocked that for the second time in a few years I've had to come down here and do, nobody that's testified should have had to come down here and defend basic rights. Last time I was here we had this many people, it was over Ordinance 64, I think it was, so that people could testify about not discriminating against their LGBT brothers and sisters. And now we've got to come down here and testify so that people can defend collective bargaining, something that people have fought and died for over 3 centuries, back to the 1800s. It's incredible that we want to do this. And what's more astonishing are some numbers that can't be said often enough. There is no fiscal crisis. Mayor Sullivan has ginned one up. He's ginned one up every year that he's been the mayor. He did it in 2009, but there wasn't one, and he blamed the previous guy. And he would still be blaming the previous guy, except he got elected again, and there wasn't anybody to blame but himself. In 2009, Anchorage had a $4.76 million surplus. $4.76 million surplus. 2010, $20.4 million surplus. 2011, an $11.7 million surplus. 2012, we had a $34 million surplus. Over the last 4 years, this community has had a $70.9 million surplus. Hey, I'm from Colorado Springs, and I was there, I go there frequently, and there are towns in Colorado and across the country who are truly in the red, in financial crises to the point that they're digging up their paved roads. I'm here not as a union member. I am not now, nor have I ever been a union member. But I'm here because this is personal. Lives are at stake. And if you vote for any iteration of Ordinance 37 with any kind of amendments attached, we need to just take this thing down and take it down now. You're jeopardizing the lives of our community members because when a call goes out on a 911 and there's a domestic dispute where an officer has to go out and solve a problem or an issue and put his life at risk, minutes count. When a call goes out and a loved one has a problem and fire department has to come and rescue them, minutes count. And when you're doing this and jeopardizing the community and showing the way to greener pastures elsewhere, when it costs over $100,000 for experience and training to train these great people, you're jeopardizing the lives of citizens of Anchorage, and it's not right. And it's especially not right when we have budget surpluses year after year after year. I'll sum up with this. This is a vindictive ordinance by a person with bad judgment. $28,000 ad campaign for this to tell us how great this is. The guy that hired a party planner for $6,000, the guy that took a $16,000 check before he was sworn in as mayor, and the man that I'm waiting for the investigation that this body appropriated $10,000 to investigate until the politics of the assembly changed, and that was the fastest check ever cut in municipality of Anchorage history. Mayor Sullivan thefted $193,000 from this body, and I have yet to see that money back. If we're in a financial crisis, I want that money back.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tara Conley, and I've worked with the Anchorage Police Department for the last 16 years.
I'm an evidence technician, and we are tasked with storing and securing a wide variety of criminal evidentiary items to include large quantities of street drugs, monies, and valuable jewelry. We are also properly handle bloody, infectious, hazardous items, some infected with the HIV virus, scabies, and hepatitis B. Strict chain of custody must be maintained on over 130,000 items to preserve integrity for our evidence. Your ordinance proposal could leave the security of criminal evidence in question. Police work is often redundant, and cost savings are not the first priority when chain of custody issues arise. If we don't follow procedures, criminals can go free. Evidence technicians are fingerprinted in order to obtain FBI clearance to access criminal databases containing sensitive information. I personally am responsible for running criminal background checks before weapons are released to the public. In light of recent events, don't you want the most qualified person checking criminal history backgrounds? The municipality of Anchorage must continue to employ professional, dedicated people of high standards. I've been in Alaska for 50 years. I'm a resident, I'm a mother, and I'm a super voter. I'm asking you to vote on no on 37.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Any questions? Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Sergio Acuna, that's A-C-U-N-A. Members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, I'm a resident of Anchorage Municipality, a worker, homeowner, super voter, super volunteer for people who protect the workers' rights. I want to express my thoughts on Ordinance 37. I believe by now the majority of the Assembly members already know and have listened to hundreds and hundreds of opinions of the citizens that have come before you. My worry is exactly that you just listen to them. And then what? What are you going to do now? That is what is important. I want to direct myself to the members of the Assembly who support this ordinance to ask them to reconsider their position based on public demand. Demonstrate your respect that you, as a public servant, should show to those who you represent. These members of the Assembly should not forget that the mayor did not appoint you to the seat you're holding right now. It was Anchorage voting community that used their democratic rights to elect you to that position. And you should recognize that and do the right thing. It was a single objective of serving in a just way for us, your constituents. Ordinance 37 is exactly the contrary. It is unjust. I find that it is not only unjust ordinance in its content, but also in the way it was introduced. That is not what the constituents expect of you as a public servant. It is very clear to me that this will negatively impact the way the city and the unions operate. But it's equally important to consider how negatively impacted to the common citizens of Anchorage will be. I ask myself, how much time did it take for the mayor to coordinate, plan, and execute the introduction of this ordinance? The only thing that I know is that it only took a few minutes to notify the members of the Assembly and the representatives of the unions, and more important, the citizens of the community and this municipality. It will be the citizens who are going to suffer the weight of the consequences brought on by this ordinance. Remember, as a member of the Assembly, your duty is serving and representing all the people who voted for you, and not just one or two people. I ask the member of the Assembly that support Ordinance 37 to reconsider your position and vote this ordinance down. In addition, if you believe that there is something to be rescued in it, then roll up your sleeves, begin to work, and negotiate, but in a just transparent, and democratic way. I want to finish my speaking by saying thank you. Thank you for all the municipality employees for your professional, hard work, and service to the citizens of this great community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Delbert Semino. I'm a captain paramedic with Anchorage Fire Department. I'm here to voice my concern about the passage of 8A-037 and what it'll do to Anchorage if it does pass. We all realize this is just a union-busting attempt. So now we need to take a step back and say, why do we need unions in Anchorage? Because this will effectively strip unions of any power they have. I never enjoyed history much when I was in school, but here I'm to talk about history tonight. Unions were started in the 1900s to protect workers because of them dying. They were getting killed on a regular basis because of the unsafe working conditions that they worked on. Unions went on to work for a fair wage and safe working conditions for workers. From there, let's move to 1940. There were about 30% of the employees were union workers, with less than 5% of the union workers were public employees. Union membership continued to increase until around 1954, when it maxed out at only 35% of the total workforce in America. By 2010, the union membership was down to 11.4, the greatest number of union members now being in the public sector at 12.5 and the private sector at only 7.5. People say the problems in America are because of the wages that union workers demand. Do you really believe that about 10% of the workers are the downfall of America? More history. In 1940, for every $1 paid by the private citizen, corporations paid $1.50 in taxes. Now, the taxes are on the back of the same workers we're talking about, that a lot of people are sitting around complaining about. Because for every $1 we pay, corporate America pays 25 cents. The rich are getting richer. There was a 16% increase in billionaires over the last year. There's never been a time in American history which the rich are increasing at this rate. So why are all of these numbers important, you might ask? History shows that simply passing laws preventing workers from the right to collective bargaining and the right to strike doesn't prevent it from happening. If that was all they needed, they could have stopped it years ago. There ain't enough jails in Anchorage to house all of the employees of the municipality of Anchorage. So let's don't go there. Let's sit down to the table, work out a contract through a tried and true method. This gives the balance of power to both sides of the table to work out an agreement that's good for both sides. It is a well-known fact that power corrupts and that absolute power corrupts absolutely. This is what this ordinance attempts to do, is to move all power to the municipal side of the table. Strip the unions of any power to negotiate for fair wage and safe working conditions. In the long run, this could cause unrest in Anchorage and create national media attention. This is not the kind of attention Anchorage wants to attract. This is not a threat. This is proven in history. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Delbert. Appears to be no questions. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? My name is Mike Durisin, D-Z-U-R-I-S-I-N. I'm 53 years old. I have 15 years commission sales experience. I sold health insurance at one time, was a member of 2 unions at one time, have extensive experience in media, and was an actor in Los Angeles at one time as well. I have to be against this ordinance because I believe that it sounds like it's being rushed upon the unions without going to them first and asking them what their opinion what their opinion is. And I don't think that's a good idea. Every time that I called 911 in the past since I moved here in 2006, my calls were handled professionally, competently, and in a timely manner. I would still hope that those people that answer my calls have a say in their pay and their contract. I think that's fair. My grandfather was a member of the union. He's an immigrant from Slovakia, and he was able to retire with a small pension and actually help stimulate the economy. So I do think that unions are an effective component in the economy, in that they help consumer demand. A rising tide lifts all boats. As this gentleman just mentioned, we continue to see a decrease in unionization in this country, which I believe is the cause of a bad economy in this country. Again, we went from a 35% percentage of unionization in the mid-50s down to 20% of the workforce in 1983 and 12% in 2011. And I think that's the problem in this country. I think that if we continue to undermine unionization, it'll continue to undermine the middle class, which will result in less consumer demand, which will help ruin the economy. And that's why I'm against this proposal. I do think that it does undermine unions and it weakens them, and I don't like that. I think it's a bad idea. I'll close in saying that, as a businessman and a salesperson, I think that unions do help the economy, and they do help put money in the pockets of consumers, as the middle class does drive the economy, and that's really the backbone of this country. John D. Rockefeller, a great industrialist and capitalist, made a interesting comment about labor. He said, "I believe in the dignity of labor, whether with head or hand, that the world owes no man a living, but that he owes every man an opportunity to make a living." And I believe this ordinance takes that opportunity away.
Thank you. Appears to be no questions. Good evening.
Good evening. We come to you tonight as a mother and daughter team, and I have a couple things to say, and then she's going to testify as well. My name is Keisha Gillian, Guillen. I was born and raised in the South and moved to Alaska back in 1997 by way of the military. I chose to remain in Alaska and raise my family here because I love this community. Anchorage is a safe and active city which is well suited for raising families. As a small business owner, however, I'm extremely concerned about this ordinance. The way I read the ordinance, it's extremely difficult to retain the talent and skill of municipal workers when their pay and benefits are cut. Our small family restaurant relies on dependable power, water, and wastewater utilities. So what's going to happen when the workers at MLNP find that they have to look elsewhere for better pay and benefits after working at the power plant for 20 or more years? I'm sure the work is difficult and it takes time and patience to learn, but our communities simply cannot afford to lose that kind of talent workers. Yet the city gives them no incentive to stay if this ordinance is passed. What's even worse is that the ordinance is a sign of disrespect towards our city workers. When I cast my ballot for members of this assembly, I expect you to bargain hard and bargain fairly for good contracts. What I don't elect you for is to change the rules in the middle of the game, which that seems what's happening here. That doesn't seem fair or right to me. I'm very distrustful of the way this ordinance was presented. From what I understand, the ordinance came as a total surprise to workers, department heads, unions, and even assembly members. It sounds like it was a result of a lot of closed-door meetings with only a few privileged people attending. Whether you agree with it or not, and I certainly haven't heard many folks testifying in support of this ordinance, I think we can all agree that the process is moving way too quickly. As a member of the public, we haven't had nearly enough time to understand and digest this thing. It's full of confusing language, conflicting terms, and surprising substitutions. What's even worse is, according to Mr. Hall at last week's special meeting, we won't even have the right to review and speak out on the numerous amendments that are supposedly coming our way. These amendments could gravely change the ordinance, and if it does, the public should, must, and with no doubt have a say. We had that chance on Title 21, which I remind you, it took over 10 years to pass. Why then would we take the same, why wouldn't we take the same amount of time and the measure approach here?
Could you please sum up?
Sure. It's in the best interest of our community to slow this process down and consider not only the ordinance terms themselves, but the ripple effect it's going to have in our community. Plus, you have to stop and wonder, why on earth would you ever pass an ordinance in which hardly a single citizen has spoken out in favor of? It leads one to believe that this ordinance is part of one person's agenda. However, the only agenda that should matter to you as assembly members should be the citizens' agenda, since that is who you represent. Well, we're here sending a loud message to Mayor Sullivan. Throw this ordinance in the trash. It's time to focus your attention on the issues that matter to this community and the future of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Keene, Keene. I moved to Alaska when I was 3, and I'm currently a college freshman at UAA, pursuing a degree in justice. This is my first time providing public testimony, so thank you for the opportunity. As someone who is looking to enter the Anchorage workforce once I graduate, I'm very concerned about Ordinance 37. One of the things I like about Anchorage and am constantly reminded of is that we have good jobs here. City jobs have fair pay, fair benefits, and fair working conditions. But what's going to happen when the city lowers its standards? It seems to me that others may follow, and that would not be good for our community. Workers need good jobs to support families because it's expensive to live in Alaska. I haven't decided whether or not I want to stay here after college, but the deciding factor will definitely be whether Anchorage is a good place to live and work while raising a family. In my opinion, this ordinance seems like a big step backwards for Anchorage. I hope when you consider this ordinance, you will think about the young people in Anchorage and vote no. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Hahnemann has a question for you.
I just want to say thanks for first time ever testifying. You did wonderful, and I thank you for giving us the insight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Falon Brandt, B-R-A-N-D-T. I am an employee for Municipal Light and Power, and I have been working for them for 21 years. I was hired in 1992 as ML&P's poster child. They converted the payroll position from union to non-union, and I got the job as a non-union person. And for 9.5 years, I trained, and I trained, and I trained, and I trained, and I trained. 2 of the employees that I trained to assist in payroll went to the fire department. 1 of the employees that I trained to work in payroll went to the police department. 1 of the employees that I trained in payroll went downtown City Hall payroll. 3 of them went to the Native Corporation, and 1 of them I fired. I think there was a couple of them that went to private industry. Now, I can tell you that just because you convert a job to non-rep does not necessarily mean that you're going to get what you're looking for. And I had this speech all planned out, but then when Mr. Trainee said that Mr. Sullivan has the right to veto your votes, well, then there's no sense in me talking to you guys, because we voted for you guys, and you guys are not listening to us. All right? Now, the guy that was just up here that was saying that this ordinance was like a kick in the men's parts, I want to say that he didn't go low enough. Mayor Sullivan, a man is no better than his word. A tree is known by the fruit that it bears. Mr. Mayor has told us that we are not as good as dirt. He didn't. Look how long you took to decide on where a window is going to go into an apartment building. Look at the time that you took to say how apartment complexes is supposed to have park areas. Look how long it took you to say, put a garage in a single dwelling, or windows in a family dwelling. I said, you gave dirt 10 years. Can't you give us at least 6 months?
Thank you. Good evening.
My name's Tom Daniels. I work for ML&P. I've been working for 45 years, most of it union. Most of it, I was either a carpenter foreman or a supervisor running the job. Companies have sent me out of state. I worked on 300,000-foot parking garage in West Virginia. I was a supervisor. I had 40 carpenters, 30 laborers, 8 or 10 subcontractors. I came to Alaska in 1980. I worked on most of these buildings here. I worked on this one from the start to the finish. I worked on the Hilton, the high-rise, from the start to the finish. The Hunt building, start to the finish. Performing Arts Center. Things got slow. I started working out of town. I started working for International Steel Erectors, Ed Brown. He sent me all around the state. Remodeled hospital in Nome, water treatment plant, Barrow, a power plant, St. Paul Island, AC stores in King Cove, warehouses in False Pass. I know how to manage men, and I know how to treat the men. And all these jobs, and 30 years of me working, never lost a penny. And it wasn't because I was such a great supervisor. It was because I treated my men fair, and they appreciated working for me. I mean, this was hundreds of men. We'd go to villages when I worked for Ed, and we'd show up, and we'd have a couple guys that knew what they were doing, and we'd hire villagers. And those guys would work their butts off. King Cove, False Pass, Sandpoint, wherever we went. And like I say, it wasn't because of me. It was because I treated them well. And then I went to work as a building inspector during the busiest time in Anchorage's history for 7 years. Ron Thompson was the head guy of the job. He asked us, because there were so many building inspections, he couldn't hire any more hands. There were 7 of us. He said, we need to step it up. The average building inspection per person at that time nationwide was between 7 and 9. We were doing between 15 to 25. And at the end of the year, or a couple of years in a row, per man, the 7 of us over at the municipality, the building inspection department, we did more inspections per man than any building inspection department in the United States. Any building inspection department in the United States, we did more inspections. I went to work, and then we got work unit of the year here in Anchorage. I went to work for MLP.
And could you sum it up, please?
Okay. I'm a maintenance guy there. I'm 64 years old. I'm going to work a couple more years. But the guys at MLP, you couldn't want a better bunch of hard-working men and women in your employment ever. Those guys work harder, risk their lives to linemen. They're just unbelievable. They go out and kick butt every day they're out there. I mean, from the meter techs to the meter readers, every division, the managers, it's one big machine. And MLP, and plus the structural inspectors, we were all funded by customers. Not one taxpayer dime came to us. And the structural inspectors also gave money to the city. And as you heard, MLP gives millions and millions of dollars every year to the city.
Mr. Hahnemann has a question.
Mr. Daniel, just real briefly to comment, I could probably sit here and listen to you about stories of what you've, all the things, thanks for building all around Alaska, but to thank you for your information, and I'd love to hear more about some of the things at some point down the road.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, how are you doing? My name's Stacy Allen, and I first moved to Anchorage in 1976. Both my girls were born here. They're products, successful products of the Anchorage public schools. They graduated from East High. I myself have earned a bachelor's degree in nursing at UAA in 1984. Before the Assembly decides how or if the current labor relations ordinance should be changed, I have a suggestion. Many concerns, actual and potential, have been expressed in testimony so far about Ordinance 37. There is a rational way to go forward. When you go to nursing school, one of the first things they teach you is a process, not very originally named, the nursing process. And nurses use that every day to provide care to patients and clients, and it helps to ensure that the care is appropriate, effective, and in the patient's best interest. It's an adaptation of the scientific method, really, and it can be adapted to most situations. The idea is to take the issue out of the realm of opinion and make things as objective as possible. The first thing you do is you assess the patient. In this case, that would be the state of labor relations in the municipality. You collect data, you analyze it, everything having to do with economics, quality of services, constituent satisfaction, employee recruitment and retention. In short, anything that might impact labor relations. You might want to assess educational needs as well. Nurses do that for patients a lot. How much do the Assembly members or administration members really understand labor law and contract negotiations, for example? This can't be done in a day, but actions can then be based on actual information. And as far as healthcare goes, the patient must be included in every part of the process. The city and the citizens need to be involved in every part of the process as well. Next, you formulate a nursing diagnosis based on the assessment that you've made. In the case of labor relations, this could mean formulating a judgment about actual or potential problems. Using the diagnosis from the assessment that you've done, you decide what outcomes you desire, with measurable and achievable short and long-term goals to attain that outcome. And again, the public must be involved in this process, just like patients must be involved in their own health care. After all, people live in a city because they feel it's more beneficial than being out on their own. You implement steps necessary to achieve your goals and your outcomes. And finally, you evaluate labor relations after you've implemented your plan. Are things better? Are things worse? What criteria are you judging these things by? Evaluation can be uncomfortable when it comes to big plans and programs, but how else are you going to know if what you're doing is right? It doesn't seem as if much assessment really went into the drafting of this ordinance. Rather, assumptions have been made based on ideology, not objective observations. It's not a quick and easy process. It takes time and work. It's not a matter of 2 weeks or a couple of work sessions. But if your goal is what is best for the people of Anchorage, it'll be worth the effort. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Evening. My name is Brian Kecker. I'm a 38-year resident of Alaska. I graduated from East High. I served 8 years in the United States Marine Corps. I'm a 16-year member of the IBEW. I have 3 years with the municipality of Light and Power. My job at the municipality is to keep the lights on, protect the public from the hazardous electrical conditions when energized circuits are laying on the ground, to remove hazardous debris from energized circuits and the debris is anywhere from cars, let's see. I've removed vehicles off of transmissions, or transformers and switch cabinets. I've removed roofs and trees out of overhead lines. There are many more items that I could go on with. I come in on the holidays and weekends with when half of downtown is out of power, when I should be spending quality time with my wife and children. I climb old rotted out poles in hazardous weather conditions to use cutouts to transformers to bring light and heat to Anchorage homeowners. I work in confined spaces in the downtown vault system with primary voltages up to 35,000 volts. Excuse me. On one of my many occasions working in the vault system downtown, I experienced a 5 kV fault when a cable we were working on went to ground. My partner and I were completely engulfed in fire. My hair and eyebrows were burned off. I lost my vision for 24 hours. I've worked in, will continue to work long hours into the night and day to restore power poles and down lines. Why do I do this? Well, one, it is because of the pay and the wages that the municipality provides. It is also the enjoyment I get from the city's people coming up to me and saying, thanks for all your hard work. We're very thankful to you and your men for getting lights on. Would you like a cup of hot coffee? I can make you one now since you got the power on. It is sad to think that I might have to uproot my family to go work for a better quality job, or excuse me, work for I might have to uproot my family to go work for with equal or better wages and benefits in a state I don't want to be in. That's what I will do so that I can provide a decent and well-deserved life for my wife and children. With this AO 37, there are many unanswered questions from both sides of the table. There is not enough classification or clarification to make any right choices. You're about to cut people's income and benefits because you think you can get it for cheaper. I don't think you're going to find...
Brian, I need you to close.
All right. I don't think you're going to find that looking outside is going to be your solution. What you're going to get for your so-called savings is out-of-state individuals coming up here, taking advantage of the training, gathering the experience, and going back home to the state they came from. And with that, they will be taking Alaskans' money and spending it in their state. Now, if that isn't going to ruin Alaska's infrastructure and its small businesses, I just don't know.
Thank you, Brian. Mr. Trini has a question.
I don't have a question for him, sir. I've got a motion for you when you're ready for one.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Shaw. I appreciate you all being here and listening to us, and I really hope you are listening. I'm not a member of a union. I'm born and raised here. My mother was born at 9th and L. My grandparents raised 15 children here in this community. So saying that I don't have a family member really doesn't work. I have a family member in just about every industry. Community is everything. This community is amazing. I'm a Girl Scout leader. I'm a Boy Scout leader. I'm effective in my church. I graduated from Service High School. I went to Rabbit Creek Elementary, and then at UAA. They're the only 3 schools I've been to. This is my community. South Anchorage is my community, and I am thoroughly embarrassed that it's my representatives that have put this on the table. I am also thoroughly humbled by the number of people here who work every day for my comfort and safety. That's all they're doing, is making sure that I'm comfortable and that I am safe. I've had the opportunity to go on a ride-along. I hope if you have not, you take that opportunity. It's scary out there. I like my rose-colored glasses. I like keeping them on. It enables me to be able to see the beauty of this community that I love so very, very much without fear. And I'm only able to do that because of the people that make up our municipality and our employees. This ordinance will erode the quality of our municipal employees, and that's not acceptable. And I am asking you with all of my heart, please don't take my rose-colored glasses away. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, Assembly, Mayor Sullivan. My name is Eli Brooks. I'm a taxpayer, voter, and proud owner of a home in East Anchorage. I work for AWWU in the Operations and Maintenance Division. I worked 1,850 hours of unpaid labor to get the job that I have today, plus 1 year of class time. This wasn't easy. Now 8 years have passed. I am now a journeyman. I work with and train the future journeyman workers of our water and wastewater system. A lot of my knowledge has come from our senior 20 to 30 year journeymen. They have passed on their vast knowledge of this city's water and wastewater system. This knowledge has helped during major emergencies to make us efficient. With AO 37 going into effect, we will lose longevity, lose what those before us have worked hard to get, lose the incentive to encourage our future employees to stay and learn our city's water and wastewater system. It takes years to even get a grasp of what makes this system work. Our water, from water breaks, sewer plugs, the list goes on and on. We are there 24/7 to keep the system running. We want to make this our career. We want to make this a career that we can be here for the rest of our lives. We want to work for our city to make it a safe for every resident and visitor that comes here. I fear with no reason to stay, our employees will begin to take their knowledge to other utilities. There will be no seniority. The worker with 26 years of knowledge and hands-on experience will be the same as a 1-year worker who is just learning the job. The problem with this is when an emergency arises, the 26-year employee will be the one guiding the way. This deserves respect and compensation. Our public employees work hand in hand to keep our community safe. We are not the problem. We take great pride in our work. Please come to the table and let us help you. This bill is not the answer. Negotiating fairly is. We all live and raise our families in this city. We all pay taxes, and we expect the best trained, qualified workers to keep us safe and run this city efficiently. Attacking these workers is not the answer. Please vote no on AO 37. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Excuse me, we've got to take care of some business here, which probably means you may not get to testify tonight. Ms. Johnston?
I move to continue the public hearing on this item to Monday, March 11th at 6 p.m. to set closure for the public hearing at 9 p.m. on the same day. No further public testimony before the Assembly will be taken on this item after that time.
Second. If I need to, I'll clear the room.
Mr. Chairman.
Security. If I need to, I will clear the room. We have business to take care of.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to extend that meeting till 11 p.m. as we have in the other meeting nights. We may be done sooner, but we certainly need that time.
Second.
Without closing.
Okay, we'll vote on the motion. We got a first and a second to extend that to 11. Please vote. I'm sorry, the clerk's not quite ready.
And anybody can testify in that time period, Mr. Chairman?
Only people that haven't testified before.
Of course, sir. That happens every meeting.
Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. It's on the amendment.
This is on the amendment. Do I need to reset?
No, I think we should be
Okay, continue voting, please.
Mr. Chairman?
And should we check with Mr. Starr and Mr.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman? Sorry, Madam Clerk, but we just need a little bit of clarification because Ms. Johnson's vote was to close the public hearing after 9 o'clock, and Mr. Honeman's friendly amendment was to take it to 11, so I think closing the public hearing is still on the table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we need to straighten that out because that's not what I'd like to do, and I don't think Mr. Honeman has that idea either. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I may clarify.
Currently, the motion on the table is amended. We've got a motion to close the testimony at 9. That motion now says we're going to take testimony 6 to 11 with the testimony closing at 11. That's the motion we're voting on. Do you want to get...
Mr. Birch, are you on the phone? Mr. Birch?
Okay, show the vote.
I'll vote for him. I'm in his assembly district.
Mr. Flynn, could you vote, please? That amendment passes. What do I got? 9. Okay, that amendment passes. We're now back voting on the original motion. Mr. Horniman, are you in the queue? Okay, please vote on the motion as amended. The motion as amended is we are continuing this meeting until next Monday from 6 until 11 with public testimony ending at 11 o'clock, closing. Please vote. Yeah, they're there. They're all there. That motion passes 7 to 2 with 2 absent. So we will reconvene next Monday, 6 o'clock to 11, with public testimony being closed at 11 on this topic. And with that, motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, over here. You may want to remind folks over here, Ernie, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You may want to remind folks that the amendments that have been considered coming from testimony and from other sources will be available online on Friday. It'll be available at muni.org. So the testimony on Monday, I think, is your intention that people will see the amendments and you'll have a chance to then have the new information when you testify on Monday.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. And the Assembly has a work session on this from 10 to noon on Friday in room 830 of City Hall.
Mr. Chair, I need some clarification too. Are you going to continue this meeting or are you adjourning this meeting? Because then I have
Motion.
No, we're going to continue this meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I still don't know when we have a deadline for amendments, or to who. If I heard the mayor saying amendments will be online, but when and from who do we present these amendments to?
The S1 version is going to be available. We will get it in the work session. It may actually be available later tomorrow. It will be available later tomorrow online, and we'll have a work session on the S1 version
Just the S version.
Friday.
And
Yes, the S
Whose
version.
amendments are we working off of, and when do other members of the Assembly get a chance to present amendments?
Yes.
Yes, they will. We'll handle this the way that we typically do when we're having action. It will be able to be amended on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, has the S1 been drafted yet, and who drafted it?
It is, well, I can let the administration answer that.
Well, it's being drafted, and it'll be available by tomorrow afternoon.
Sir, did that come from in-house staff, or was that contracted out?
In-house staff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and with that, I'm going to close the meeting for this evening to be continued next Monday at 6 o'clock. Continue. Going to continue.